Merci beaucoup, Liz. Merci, Enrico. It's a real pleasure to be here with you on the second day of the conference, and it's super great to hear how well it went yesterday. C'est fantastique. Donc, I have to tell you, I'm pretty sure we're not going to disappoint with the panel that I'm moderating today. So with this plenary, we're going to be diving into how data development and use are made accessible to the public, how the great work of data journalists and experts contribute to the public conversation. We'll have a chance to explore how data sources in government and stakeholder organizations are able to reach greater segments of the population with more impact using the emerging technologies of data collection and data use, from advanced methods to gather evidence to exciting ways of representing facts in visualizations and in storytelling. With data journalists, we are bridging the technical world of statistics with investigative journalism, storytelling, and visual representation. We're not only number crunching, we're also making the data relevant to understanding the complexity of evidence for an informed public opinion. Our discussion will provide an opportunity to address the structural data issues in racial and gender-based biases and for biases of inequity between global North and South. So building on some of the themes you heard yesterday. I hope we will be able to shed some light on how data journalism and the roles of public servants can provide a positive contribution for more inclusive outcomes by transforming data culture and how we look at data literacy. A change culture we are witnessing and actively contributing across different levels of government, with news and educational institutions, universities, and not-for-profit organizations for serving Canadians better. Our starting point in bringing together this panel is focused on the role of data journalism as key to a data-mindful culture in Canada, a culture of working with data and using data for a more informed public conversation and a more inclusive Canada, as was mentioned by DM Katrina Tapley yesterday. Today, we have an exciting panel of data journalists and experts who are using a variety of data analysis and representation techniques for journalistic investigation for communicating the uncovered stories to the public. Our conversation will focus on the role of data journalism to enhance the evidence base for trusted insight and effective policymaking, and to advance the public conversation in support of inclusive and equitable outcomes. So some of the topics we're going to discuss today will include techniques to gather and analyze data for investigative journalism, the democratization, if I could say that word, of data for a new generation of journalists, community-based data literacy projects to address sustainable development goals in Africa, and a feminist approach to addressing data gaps for inclusive social outcomes. So let me start by introducing our outstanding 4 panelists who will be part of this topic with me today. So I'm going to start with introducing Tom Cardozo. Perhaps you could wave, Tom. He is a crime and justice reporter and a data journalist at Globe and Mail. Then we've got David Mackay, Deputy Managing Editor of National Observer, and before that a producer at CBS for more than 25 years. And I believe also professor with the Carleton University. Jacopo Ottaviani is Chief Data Officer of Code for Africa, one of Africa's largest civic technology and data journalism initiatives. And last but certainly not least, we've got Lauren Klein, Associate Professor of English, Quantitative Theory and Methods at Emory University, Atlanta, Georgia, and co-author of Data Feminism, an influential and inspiring book she wrote with her co-author, Catherine Dignazio. So if you have any questions for our panelists, you can send them throughout the session by pressing the raised hand icon in your upper right corner of their screen. Our producing team will monitor the inbox and they'll feed me the questions so we can ask and answer those throughout the session. So to kick things off, I'm going to turn it over to Tom, who's going to wow us with his piece of the presentation.
Hi, thanks so much, Caroline. Like she mentioned, I'm a data journalist and a crime and justice reporter with the Globe and Mail. I've been at the Globe for 7 years now, though it feels somewhat longer after the last year. And in the last, several years, I've really focused my career, I guess, in some ways on. I've specialized in extracting databases from government agencies, municipal, provincial, federal, via FOI, via Freedom of Information requests. So I want to talk a little bit about the power of that and the importance of the public services role in that process. So I think, government has evolved a lot in the last 30, 40, 50 years. And it's now, I saw this tweet the other day where someone was arguing that one of the most important functions of modern government is actually database management. And it's a really interesting point. You think about, driver's licenses, you think about taxation, vaccination, keeping track of who's been vaccinated, how many times have they been vaccinated, which vaccine did they receive. Those are all really important functions, and they're things that only the government can provide. And interestingly, I think it's also one of government's most significant limitations is its ability to track this information. So I think it's no surprise that journalists have begun asking for these databases via freedom of information requests, via access to information and privacy requests in the case of the federal government. I've been using those requests a lot over the years. I started by asking for the standard stuff that most public servants have probably experienced, emails, briefing notes, memos, reports. But over time, I've evolved into asking for these massive data sets. And so I'd like to talk a little bit about why we actually go ahead and ask for these data sets. What is so different about them? What's so special? So why do we file these FOIs? For one, they're huge troves of information. If you think about something like, again, driver's license registries, that's going to be a large portion of everyone in the province, because it's provincially regulated in Canada, or territory, I guess. It's going to be millions and millions and millions of people, and there's going to be massive amounts of data there. It's going to know, when did you get your license? When does it expire? What kinds of vehicles are you, qualified to drive? Do you need to wear glasses? All of this information is stored in a structured way, and you can see how powerful it is to get access to that stuff. Data analysis on this scale allows you to be quantitative versus the usual qualitative stuff that you would see in a lot of other journalism, which is just as important, of course. People's stories are just as important as data stories, but they do get you a different place than you might otherwise get. And truthfully, a lot of reporting does rely on the quantitative stuff. Often we're emailing government agencies saying, could I please have a table that summarizes this weird corner of government? But to actually ask for the entire data set and look at that instead, it can be very, very powerful. Partly because the federal government, provincial government, police forces, municipalities, these databases don't exist for analytical purposes. They exist for the day-to-day administration of society, right? We're not looking, this is changing now, but in general, they're not looking at taxation records to figure out who to audit. I mean, this is now changing a little bit, but you could see that with driver's licenses too, trying to find people that perhaps are in violation of their of the terms of their license or what have you, or in the case of vaccination, analyzing it to make sure that we're actually keeping track with the targets that we've set for vaccination. Those are all really important functions, but traditionally these administrative databases are not being used in this capacity. So this is where journalists come in. We're solely concerned about the quantitative side of the quantitative potential with these databases, I guess. So I'll talk very briefly about what kinds of databases, what kind of stories these database requests can lead to. For one, my most recent series of stories would be a good example, I think. In October, the Globe and Mail published a story called Bias Behind Bars, which was the culmination of a 2-year investigation looking at the systemic disparities in the correctional system, particularly in regards to risk assessments. What we found was that when people are admitted, or even during the administration of their sentence in prison, if they're Black or Indigenous or a woman, they're less likely to receive the same kind of score as a white person after accounting for all of the myriad factors that play into those decisions, like their criminal history, the severity of their offense. And that story was only possible through a database freedom of information request, requesting, again, administrative correctional data on 50,000 inmates over a 7-year period. That story would have been impossible without that information. And it's really when you have information on this scale that you're able to slice and analyze your data to a level that allows you to make to arrive at conclusions like the ones that we did in that story. You can't do that in a qualitative way. It's just not possible. It would be a very different story if I relied only on qualitative information. So I want to talk very briefly about the kinds of challenges and roadblocks that journalists encounter when dealing with government, because I realize that a lot of the people watching are public servants, and I figured, it's always a two-way street, of course, and even in my own requests when I file them, I try to, be very understanding when there are confusions, and I try to be as accommodating as I possibly can, because the last thing I want to do is ruin someone's week or month or months in some cases, unfortunately. But, it is a vital process, I think. The freedom of information system, the access to information and privacy system is so, so important. And we've seen some discussion recently about, possibly updating that system, which has never really accounted for, when it was designed, it was not accounting for the fact that a lot of people like myself would be requesting enormous data sets with a lot of potentially private information, right? When I file these requests, I'm not asking for people's names. I'm not asking for their addresses, not asking for their credit card numbers or anything like that. But you can see how all that information is stored in government and how important it is that the government protect that. So this data can be very, very hard to obtain. I often find that a lot of the work that I'm putting in ahead of filing a request is in actually figuring out what exists, because I want to save the government and the public service as much work as possible. I don't want to file a blind open-ended request and then be negotiating for 4 months, because that just wastes everyone's time. But I have found that access departments and the departments they're liaising with often struggle with these requests. They're very unusual. Again, I'm requesting something that's administrative, wasn't really designed for this kind of mass extraction. And it's an interesting problem that I think we're going to start having better solutions to in the future. Hopefully, partly having this conversation helps spur that a little bit. But it's obviously not going to happen overnight. I realize that. I think that the access to information laws across the country are probably going to be updated at some point to account for the requests and structure of database records. Do databases count as records? Those are all really interesting questions that are probably going to be litigated very soon. And finally, I find that there's not always a lot of transparency or communication from the government agencies and the journalists. Sometimes I'm being guarded myself. I'm playing my cards close to the chest, partly because I don't know what I'm actually looking for yet. In the case of our Bias Behind Bars series, I was actually requesting sentencing data because I was curious to look at sentencing. I only ended up looking at risk assessments because they turned out to be fascinating in the data. That was a complete accident, and that does happen a lot in journalism. You end up pivoting quite a lot, but that transparency, I think, is really, really important. Sometimes when I file these requests, I find that government I get stonewalled by government agencies, and I don't think it's necessarily intentional. I always try to assume that everyone's doing the best work they can, because for the most part they all are. As am I. I don't have good days every single day, but I like to think that most of them are good. But I find that it's often very hard to figure out where a request is at. Is it even possible to provide what I'm asking for? If not, could we have a conversation about what actually does exist? I find that those are really, really important questions, and I've taken to asking with increasing frequency, that people actually provide me with a person that I can speak to, a human being, and we can have a casual off-record conversation about what actually exists. So I know that these are a lot of different points, but this is all to say that I think that, database management is really a crucial part of government these days, and journalists are naturally going to want access to that information. It's something that we're going to continue asking for, and I hope that we can find a way to smooth the process over, both for my sake and for my job, but also more importantly for the public society's sake, for people's access to this information. I think that this information is collected by the public service for the public good, and it's information that in a lot of cases should be public in the first place. And I think David is actually going to talk a little bit about that anyway, so perhaps that's a good segue. And yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
No, thank you, Tom. So you're absolutely right. Lots of public servants are watching. So to my fellow public servants, Tom's given us a bit of a challenge, and a rightful one, right? That we need to continue to do our part to be far more transparent. And as I know many of our panelists will concur, including David, who will talk next, the importance of being transparent, and that the access to information and privacy process is just one of those ways in which we can do this. But it's the process you have to use, because we need to do a better job of putting information out to begin with. So this, you're absolutely right. I think that today's conversation is good to be able to educate, for us to have a better understanding of each other, and so that we can do a better job to be able to, respond more effectively. So really appreciate your comments, Tom. So with that, we are going to move over to David Mackay, and I have one correction to make, because I did say he was at CBS, but that's a correction. He's with CBC, or was with CBC. And so I know that both Tom and David have had a chance to do some collaborative work together, or at least have a mutual respect for each other's work, from my understanding. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to David, who's going to give us a little bit more of his views on data journalism and where that should be in our society. David, you're on mute, sorry.
There we go. The title for this for the session is Data Journalism, Truth Telling with Data Analysis, Visualizations for Public Interest. Am I correct? Okay. So we have, I mean, I kind of played around with that title in preparing my remarks. But just a little bit about me. I have, and you know, Tom talks about these large data sets. Boy, we have used some large ones. We've used data from Health Canada to tell stories about adverse drug reactions, about adverse medical device reactions. We've used data to explore how the RCMP used tasers. We've used data to look at areas such as violence in nursing homes, violence in schools, the poor staff ratios in nursing homes, even before this became a thing now during the pandemic. Recently, we've used data to map out COVID-19 outbreaks in neighborhoods such as Montréal Nord, for example, even before there was a discussion about the need to understand the effect on racialized and poor communities. So as Tom mentioned in his talk, you know, a lot of this information is in these huge administrative data sets that hopefully a growing number of journalists are going to be asking for. And you know, the Globe, his work on bias behind bars was excellent. I use Tom's work a lot in my data journalism classes as really good examples of how this should be done. So as Tom alluded to, you know, part of the problem is that, you know, when you're not working with data, then you're working with anecdotes. And anecdotes are fine for the daily reporting. You know, the anecdotes fuel daily reporting. But we like to talk about the tyranny of the anecdote. You know, anecdotes are tyrannical. And they're tyrannical because lawmakers, politicians can kind of blow them off and say, yeah, but that's only an anecdote. You know, that's only one example. Whereas, you know, Tom can, you know, in his series, he can say, well, no, actually, this is from your own data. This is a trend from your own data, right? And, or as we have been able to show in our work on adverse drug reactions, which is very important now that we are in the middle of getting all these vaccines, we were able to say, well, no, this is how these medications are affecting young people. this is how these medications, these benzodiazepines, are affecting the elderly, because this is your own data, right? So the reason that we want these large data sets is that we are looking for trends, and we're not necessarily looking at the data as for a lookup tool. So we want to get beyond the tyranny of the anecdote, and we want to be able to say to policymakers and lawmakers that this is really a trend that you should be looking at, okay? And so that's what I try to teach my students. With regards to the access to information law, my colleague and I, Jim Bronski, who works at the Canadian Press, we teach master's students at Carleton. I've had the privilege of doing that for the last, oh my goodness, 16, 17 years. And a few years ago, Jim and I wrote a guide called Your Right to Know, how to use the law to get government secrets. And we figured that, well, with a liberal government coming into power in 2015, surely we would need to update that book. There's no need to update the book, really. And that is a shame. So if I go back to the title, right, telling the truth. Telling the truth is really tough if you don't have the data, okay? And that's what I talk to my students at Ryerson, at Carleton University, at the University of King's College, right? It's hard to tell the truth if you don't have the data. And we hear this reference to raw data, raw data. Well, when we were researching our book, The Data Journalist, it was made clear by people far smarter than myself that raw data is an oxymoron, because more often than not, we do not have access to record level data. Now, I understand the need to balance privacy and access. I get it, right? So we're not asking for addresses. We're not asking for phone numbers. We're not asking for names, but we are asking for the kind of information that we need to tell important stories. So the lack of data means an inability to respond to infection hotspots in workplaces, schools, nursing homes, etc. And that has come into stark reality during the pandemic. I think that the pandemic has been, in some ways, a good time to discuss the need for data. So the question is, how can we tell the truth when we don't have access to the data? Okay? And if we can't tell the truth, then are we really acting in the public interest? And I would suggest that we are not acting in the public interest because we're not able to do our jobs, right? So as journalists, as researchers, as public servants, we need to have access to this data. So my hope is that the pandemic has forced us into a conversation. Now, when it comes to my students, the big challenge is democratizing data. And I think I'm going to be asked a question about this, right? So there used to be, like when I started, I've been at this a little longer than Tom, although his expertise is far greater than mine. But there was a time when if you opened up a spreadsheet, right, people would think that you were a magician, right? They would, how did you do that? And that kind of works for journalists, because if you're doing something that your bosses don't understand, then they tend to leave you alone, right? Which is good. But opening up a spreadsheet in Excel or a Google Sheet and filtering and sorting is really, like I tell my students, this is going to be a lot easier than you think. And after we finish going through the StatsCan data, which is very accessible now, they've done an amazing job with their data. We use it all the time to look at unemployment, to look at all kinds of things. My students inevitably say, gee, that was really easy, right? But yet, in journalism schools, they're only learning this stuff as they're leaving the schools. They're not learning it in first and second year, right? So they too think that this is a huge mystery. And when it's really fairly easy to do. So here's my wish, and this may sound a little strange coming from the co-author of a book called The Data Journalist. I think that we should do away with one day I would love to do away with the title Data Journalist, right? We should all be conversant with data. we should all understand how to use data, we should all have a spreadsheet on our desk. And Google Sheets is fine for sharing information, but as Tom knows, if you want to rifle through a table that has 700,000-800,000 records, rows of information, you're not going to do that in Google Sheets. You need to have Excel on your desktop. So we need access to these tools. And then we need basic understanding of how to filter, how to sort, how to do a pivot table, stuff that we can learn within, literally, I can get my students up and running. I've got a class right after this session with my King's students, my investigative course that I'm teaching at King's. And I'll get them up and running literally in about 10 minutes. Okay, so that's what we have to do. We have to democratize. We have to demystify, but it is very, very, very difficult to do. There are barriers, right? Like I understand, and I'm talking to civil servants here. I understand that when you release data to your open data portals, you've got to run them through all the machinations of the access to information law to take into account privacy and all that kind of stuff. I get it, right? But I think that what's happening is the balance is not tipped the way it should be, and I think that the promise of the proponents of open data, that data should be open by default. Barack Obama, that was one of the first things he did when he became president, right? That is not the issue. That is not happening. Data is not really open by default. We have to claw and scratch and wait days and days and days to get answers and be told, no, well, if you want more data, then you have to go through the access to information process. You have to go through the formal process. And that becomes very difficult. And then for us, within our organizations, it's so old that our editors and producers have moved on. And so we can't tell those stories. And it becomes very hard for us to pitch. So, those are some of the challenges, but I think there is good news here. I think that what happens when I teach my students, they are blown away with this stuff. And they have gone on to work in newsrooms across the country where they have become leaders. And they have taken their knowledge and they've really taken off with it. So I think that the possibilities are there. So here's what I would suggest as a closing note. I would suggest that there needs to be more political will, and I know that there are lots of you out there who would give me a golf clap on that one. Okay, that if it was up to you, you would release a lot more data, right? But your bosses, your deputy ministers, your ADMs, they're not really on the same page. Not because not because there's any malice, but because there's just a lack of understanding. And I get it, right? If the safest thing is to hold back, right? Because we in the media, if something is leaked by accident, we jump all over it, and you don't want to be reading that, in a headline in the Globe and Mail about a data breach, right? Or on the CBC, you don't want to be reading that, or seeing something on the National, right? I get it. So that's a really difficult balance. But like we're not out to play the gotcha game. We really do see ourselves as custodians of goodwill, custodians of the public interest, and we can't do our jobs if we don't have access to the data. And when I try to impart this on my students, they get it. And for the most part, they're very enthusiastic. So I would say that we need more political will. I think that there has to be more money spent on the infrastructure that makes it possible to release data in a timely fashion. I've read many, many, many briefing notes where the underlying problem is that the money just isn't there, especially in the age of cutbacks. I know we're going to be, once we get past the pandemic spending, there will be a really strong impetus to cut back on spending. And what I hope doesn't happen is departments cut back on IT spending and the expertise needed to make data more available. because we need, to get data in real time. We need it to get it in formats that we can use. We need proper instructions on how to use the data, and we need to have access to the experts who can explain to us how to use this stuff. What do these fields mean? We need timely access. So I don't think that I'm asking too much. I don't think that Tom's asking too much. And quite frankly, I think that I'm sort of preaching to the converted. I've had many, many conversations with very well-meaning people who work really hard. They try their best, but they come up against these barriers. So what I'm hoping is that this conference basically opens the doors to further discussion to help us all do our jobs. And that's it for me. Thank
you very much. I'm telling you, lots of thought-provoking concepts this morning, and I have to say I'm looking forward to when I can have the questions and answer period, because I've got some hot ones that I'm burning to share, because you're really saying some very interesting things. So thanks so much, David. So now we're going to go to Jacopo, who is joining us from Rome, where it's early evening for him. And he's got a few slides, which is what you're seeing now being shared with you. So Jacopo, I'm going to pass it over to you right now, where you're going to be able to share with us some of the great things you're doing with African communities.
Thank you, Caroline, and thanks everyone for having me. Greetings from Rome, Italy. It's almost 6 p.m., so sorry if it's a bit dark here. So it's a great pleasure and honor to be connecting with you all. I've never been to Canada, but this is an opportunity for me to connect with a country I really admire. So who am I? I'm an Italian computer scientist and data journalist, and I've been working in data journalism for 10 years between Europe and Africa. I collaborated with a number of organizations, as you can see on the screen, such as the Pulitzer Center, the European Journalism Center, BBC Media Action. And at the moment, I'm working at Code for Africa, which is a no-profit organization based in 5 African countries. And I lead the data programs there. So next slide, please. What I'm going to talk about is basically the importance of data in the African continent for social change and for media development, because that's what I've been focusing on in the last 5 years. And I can tell you that there is a lot going on in terms of tech and data in the African continent because of many reasons. The population is very young, and the number of people accessing the internet is growing very fast, meaning that a lot of people are now using their mobile phones to read news and to use all sorts of services that just a few years back here in Europe were very new. And in some cases, I can see that the innovation goes faster in Africa than in Europe. And for me, it's a honor to be kind of part of this acceleration that is going on as part of the international cooperation scene and the transnational journalism activities that I have been involved in. For example, on this slide, you can see that I worked on a project that kind of analyzed migration data between Africa and Europe. The problem here was that data was super fragmented. There were a lot of data sources, and we had, as a group of journalists, put them together, combine them together into a single database, and then put them onto an interactive map, which was then published across Europe in 12 languages. So this was a big change in Europe. When we published this map, basically the IOM, the International Organization for Migrations, decided it was time to create a database to collect data around the death of migrants, for example. So a lot of people lost their lives as they tried to go from Africa to Europe. But when in 2015 we made this project, there was no single source of truth or no single database. We had to put together many different fragmented databases. And this is just an example on how this kind of multidisciplinary field and teamwork is important to kind of extract meaning out of the noisy and fragmented data landscape we live in. So if we go to the next slide, please, you see another interactive data portal I worked on with Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders. In this case, data existed, but it was hidden into an archive, hidden into a set of PDF files, and nobody in the public was able to explore it. So MSF basically approached me to create an open data portal, which is still updated online, to kind of open up their data sets and create a transparent project, basically to tell stories about their activities in the Mediterranean Sea, where they rescue migrants on a daily basis. In the next slide, please, I want to show you another image. Basically, this is the Nile River. This is in East Africa. And I sit on the board of a NGO called InfoNile, which is on infonile.org. And it's an open data geojournalism initiative, which brings together African journalists from the Nile Basin region, which basically embraces 11 countries in Africa. And they release data in order to provide robust sources to these journalists who can then tell stories around water issues in the region. And as part of this initiative, there is also a very robust knowledge transfer going on with training activities, webinars, one-on-one mentorship sessions, all around the use of data, the analysis of data, and the visualizations of data. So this is an example of a civic tech organization which works very closely with Code for Africa, of which I'm part. And it's really amazing to see African journalists using data to tell stories around global issues such as water security. And if we move to the next slide, please, we're going to see an image of the Congo basin, basically. This is the rainforest in DRC, not far from Rwanda. Just 1 year ago, I was there and I was collecting material in the Congo forest. And it's an example of how data, like databases, such as the databases released by Global Forest Watch, which is a database that is online and created by the World Resource Institute in Washington, DC. The data they produce has a direct link with the reality on the ground. And as part of a journalism project, I connected the data on their portals to the human stories in the Congolese forests. And this is just a photo of the rainforest there. So all the data points you see on Global Forest Watch, which you can explore online, is actually real and is actually hiding human stories in the middle of the forest, which is in some regions being destroyed or burned down to make room for industrial agriculture, and by so doing, damaging the lungs of the earth, what's basically creating clean and open, air for everyone. This is happening and has a direct impact on climate change, for example. So by diving into the data world in Africa, you really touch on a lot of global issues, such as climate change in this case. There is a link down there if you want to read the stories. You're welcome to read them later. So if we move to the next slide, please, we're going to see an example of how drone data can be used to visualize inequality. So this was made by Unequal Scenes and AfricanDrone.org, which is a Code for Africa's initiative on drone journalism. And you can really see the contrast between rich areas in a South African city and slums or informal settlements. And this is super visible if you use drone data. While it might be more difficult to tell this story using a table or a chart, using drone photography, which can be easily collected by anyone who has a cheap drone nowadays, can really tell a story and create, a reaction in the public. There is an entire gallery of photos like this on the website there. You just Google these kind of names here of these initiatives, and you're going to find a lot of photography. This one is made by Johnny Miller, who's one of the founders of African Drone. If we move to the next one, this is an example. This is another drone photo we took in Lagos, Nigeria, and is an example of a participatory mapping project based on drones. So we cooperated with a place called Makoko, with the community that lives there. And basically in this community, which is in the heart of Lagos, Lagos is the financial capital of Nigeria, where about 20 million people live. There is this community called Makoko with 300,000 people who basically live on the lagoon and have almost no services. There is no electricity, there is no stable infrastructure, there is a very shaky water infrastructure, no waste management, and a lot of other problems, to the point that even if 300,000 people live there, this place was not on any map. So if you went to Google Maps just 2 years ago, 3 years ago, and you tried to go to Makoko, there was like a blank spot on there, meaning that these people were completely ignored by the international global data sets of Google Maps, and also all the other mapping tools that you can use out there. So we collaborated with Humanitarian OpenStreetMap and with the local community to create an open map of Makoko, which is now available on OpenStreetMaps. And to do so, we didn't just do it like parachuting and then move away from there, but we created a trust relationship with the local community, and we trained the local young people living in Makoko to use smartphones to collect geographic data and put it on the map. Meaning that for the first time in history, this community is represented geographically on a map, and this map is useful to, to intervene, to create infrastructure, to provide services, to try to counter also the climate change, which is affecting this community, all the flooding happening in Lagos. Without a map, basically these people were not represented, and their existence was denied publicly by the proprietary data sets that were available online. I wrote a piece about this, so you just need to Google the name of this initiative if you want to know more about it. If we move to the next slide, please, Caroline. Thank you. This is basically a photo of the young people of Makoko using smartphones to collect open geo data about their own neighborhood, their own place. And the response was really amazing. The wave of enthusiasm that hit us, trainers and technologists from Europe and Africa, was really overwhelming. And now there is friendship between our organization and the local community after this kind of knowledge transfer, tech and data sprint. Next slide, please. That's it. This is my contact. I would love to come to Canada one day and meet you all in person after the end of the pandemic, hopefully soon. But I would love to connect you all, and please find me on LinkedIn and Twitter if you want to talk more about international cooperation and African data. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jacopo. I have to tell you, being in a pandemic and not being able to travel, seeing all those images, you just make it more, we're on a plus soif. We want to do more of that traveling. But thank you so much, because the pictures speaks volumes. So I'm looking forward to engaging with you further. And so now we're going to turn to Lauren, who also has some slides. And Lauren's going to bring in a bit of that gender bias element in this conversation with regards to data. So over to you, Lauren.
Hello, bonjour. Ça fait longtemps que je parle français, mais je veux dire bonjour en français et je vais recommencer en anglais. So, hi everyone. These remarks are inspired by a recent book that I wrote with Catherine D'Ignazio. She is an assistant professor of urban science and planning at MIT. And our book explores how ideas from intersectional feminist activism and also feminist critical thought can be applied to data science, and in particular to help make data science more inclusive and equitable, and sort of do data science that helps work towards justice. And many of the projects that you heard our previous panelists speak about really do fall in line with some of these principles. And so I'll be interested to connect some of the sort of more conceptual frameworks that I'm going to lay out right now to some of the more project-based examples that we heard earlier. If I could have the next slide, thank you. So we really see this project as part of a growing body of work that is holding corporate and government actors accountable for sexist, racist, classist data products. So things like face detection systems that can't see women of color, hiring algorithms that demote applicants that went to all women's schools, child abuse detection systems that punish poor parents, all of these examples. The fact that these examples just keep on coming is really the motivation for our book, because, corporations tend to see data as the new oil, right? The more, the better. This idea that if you can figure out a way to extract this oil, this sort of resource, and convert it or refine it into some sort of usable product, then it can lead to profit. On the part of the people doing the extraction. The people on the other hand of this exchange, which tend to be women of color, also white women, indigenous people, immigrant communities, LGBTQ folks, and more, they experience this very same process of data extraction as really just another instance of the same old oppression. And really, I think the metaphor, if you're going to be talking about data as oil, it's not really sort of this incredible natural resource. It's really extraction, right? One that is represented by an unequal relationship that has tremendous costs, both human and environmental. If I could go to the next slide, that would be great. So what we bring to this conversation about these asymmetries of power that characterize our data systems and the larger data environment more generally is a focus on feminism and intersectional feminism in particular. And before I get into the argument of the book and what I'm going to convey to you today, I just want to do some very basic level setting about what we mean when we say feminism, because even though this word is one that we hear increasingly, especially in the past several years, you can see in 2017, the Merriam-Webster dictionary made it the word of the year. Nonetheless, everyone brings their own genealogy to the table. So we thought that we should explain to you a little bit more about what we mean when we use this word. Next slide, please. So one basic definition comes from Beyonce, actually. Feminist, the person who believes in equal rights for men and women and trans people. So at its core, you get the sense that feminism entails a belief in equality. Next slide. But feminism can also be a political action. So you get that from the second definition that the dictionary also provides, which is organized activity on behalf of women and trans people's rights and interests. And then the next slide, please. But feminism is also a set of theories and ideas. And so these theories began by thinking through issues of inequality with respect to sex and gender. But the past 40 years of scholarship and also the current political reality have brought many, many more dimensions of inequality into the conversation. So these include race, these include class, these include sexuality, ability, and so on. Next slide, please. So this sort of brings me to the most important takeaway from this sort of very, very brief summary of feminist thinking, is that in the year 2021, feminism must be understood as intersectional. So this is a term coined by the legal scholar Kimberly Crenshaw, which she uses to explain how social inequality cannot be explained by only one dimension of difference like gender. So when we're talking about inequality or oppression, we must be talking about the intersection of the many factors and forces that produce it. So these are things like racism, like classism, like colonialism, and things like this. So the key thing to understand about intersectionality, and this is actually a thing that is often overlooked in sort of casual invocations of the term, is that it doesn't just describe markers of individual identity, right? So it doesn't just mean like I am a white cisgender woman, I live in the US South and the global North, these kinds of things. What it describes are the structural forces of power and their intersection that create the effects that I feel as a result of those identity. And it really has been the work of women of color feminists and Black feminists in particular that have foregrounded this conversation about structural forces of power. Okay, next slide, please. So in short, intersectional feminism, which provides this framework for thinking about data that we discuss in this book, is not just about women. It's not just about gender. It's about power. It's about who has it and who doesn't. And in today's world, data is power. Next slide. And so intersectional feminism, when applied to data science, can help that power be challenged and changed. And our argument is really that data science needs feminism, and intersectional feminism in particular, if we ever hope to overturn these power imbalances. Next slide. So in writing the book, Catherine and I, we've reviewed a lot of prior work, both in academia and activism and in government work, and asked ourselves sort of what have we learned from all of our schooling in feminism and our experience in various activist communities and our exposure to various projects that we've either been involved with or have known about. And we came up with these 7 principles that to us encapsulate the most important aspects of intersectional feminism as they relate to data. Our goal was really to operationalize feminism for data science, to provide sort of conceptual models that might guide the work of people working with data or who want to begin working with data, or people who want to refuse to work with data for ideological or personal reasons. And so these principles are examine power and challenge power. Those are the first 2. And the reason why we have 2 principles devoted to power, and they are first, has to do with the reasons that I sort of laid out at the beginning of my talk. Without understanding how power really shapes and over-determines the data that we have access to, and therefore sort of determines what questions we can ask, what stories we can tell. Without understanding how those data are collected and assembled and sort of presented to us, we can't understand how we can't begin to understand what stories are not being told, what the data might not be telling us, what we might need to submit a FOIA request in order to be able to see, right? It's very important to begin by asking sort of how are external forces shaping the work that we do in the world. The third principle has to do with rethinking binaries and hierarchies and classification systems more generally, asking ourselves how have the classification systems or the data collection practices that we may encounter in the data that we use, how have those, again, been over-determined or just sort of shaped or influenced by other people or ideologies or contexts? What information might we not have because of the particular way in which the data were collected? The fourth principle has to do with elevating emotion and embodiment. And this relates a little bit to some of what David was saying earlier, I believe, about the relationship between personal experience and data. This idea that we really do need to find ways not to make it an either or, to say, well, personal experience or anecdotes are not helpful, but big data is. What we need to do is bring both of these to the table and show how one can enhance the other. So part of this sort of resistance to the idea of sort of binaristic thinking and hierarchical classification systems that make us value, for instance, the quantitative over the qualitative, or the big over the small, or the broad over the personal. These have to do with a sort of a very, very long and sort of deeply entrenched hierarchy of the types of forms of knowledge that we tend to value. And in addition to those particular oppositions that I've just set up, this idea that we should sort of trust in data more than we trust in emotion is a sort of a culturally and historically deeply entrenched belief that a feminist approach to data science would have us push back against. This means not only attempting to quantify types of data that might reflect emotional outlays of work, and I'll talk a little bit about that with respect to the next principle, but also trying to think about how we can bring emotion back into data and data visualization and data storytelling more generally, and not believing like it will somehow delegitimize that work or make it seem less scientific. The next principle has to do with embracing pluralism, bringing many, many different kinds of voices and experience to the table in any sort of data science project or a data journalism project, right? So these include primarily the people who are most affected and who have the most direct experience with the types of stories or issues that we are attempting to bring light to. So thinking about Jacopo's collaborations, for instance, in the Makoko project, bringing people who live there into the project. This is a good example of that, because people who live there know best about what the issues are in that place. The next principle has to do with considering context. Really thinking around the data and recognizing that you can't understand what the data have to tell you unless you understand the context surrounding their collection, surrounding their application, and surrounding their use. And the final principle has to do with making labor visible. And this is something that I think, all of us listening on this call know very acutely, right? Working with data involves a lot of work, but it involves work by all sorts of people, not all of whom are credited for that labor. And especially going back to the point that I made at the beginning about data tending to fall into this sort of extractive practice, we as people who sort of tend to do the final, more public-facing work on data have a responsibility to give credit to and attend to personally, ethically, and often monetarily to the people who make our work possible. So sort of a commitment to making data work visible along the entire sort of data processing pipeline. That's the final principle of the book. Okay, next slide. So we have, in the book, we actually have hundreds and hundreds of examples of what we mean by these principles and how they can be attached to sort of real world projects and actions in the world. I thought because you got so many examples from the terrific panelists before me, I would try to present some of the more conceptual framework for this project, but I'll be interested to elaborate some of this in more detail. If you're curious or if you found this inspiring or interesting, you can actually download some infographics that we've made available in 5 different languages, including French and Spanish and Korean. You can get these at the link below on the slide. And thank you for listening. And I'm looking forward to this Q&A. Okay, that's all for me.
Thank you so much, Lauren. So appreciate all the points of views that have been shared by the panelists. And I want to encourage our participants to start throwing in the Q's and A's because we have about 15 minutes left in our time. So I don't want to, I want to ensure that you guys each get an opportunity to be able to ask some questions because I do have a few of my own, but definitely want to have the engagement. So a couple of themes that I've heard from each of you, I'd say collectively, you made it clear data needs to be accessible. I mean, and that governments have to be held accountable to do a far better job of doing that. And I did hear a lot of merging themes in some of the things that you've shared in the sense of, between even what Jacopo provided in terms of the visualization and what David shared as the need to, demystify data. And so it's kind of fascinating to see, how cell phones are putting control to some degree back in the hands of societies and the access to data. So I just want to ask, and I'm going to pitch this question to David before we get to one of the participants' questions, just because I think this one's probably couches over to you. Because you've talked about how it is important to simplify data and make data more available or, democratize it. Like, do you not think that given the generations we're in now, the smarter folks that are coming up behind us, do you not think that they'll find it easier, simpler than, some of us that are a bit more dinosaur? Don't forget to unmute, sorry.
There we go, keep forgetting to do that. Yes and no. I think that intuitively they are, it is not as much of a mystery to them. And they demand more and quicker access and more granularity. But I think that what they're missing is the context, right? So that's why I think that you need clear explanations. You need good access to experts who can explain to you what things mean. Because one of the biggest obstacles we run into is you kind of think that this field means this when it really means something else. And without context, we can't tell the truth or get as close to the truth as possible. So I would say yes, that intuitively they're more conversant with the new technologies, but they still need the context, right?
No, that's fair. And that probably lends itself right into that question number one that we're getting from our participants. Is the federal government providing enough details on open data? And if not, how can we do better? And that probably links to that context point you're making, David. But I'm going to throw this question out to Tom.
It's funny you asked that. I just made a note on exactly that point. Open data is interesting. It's very useful, certainly. But I think that there is a bit of an issue with open data in that traditionally, and I think it's still fair to say to this day, it's the data that the government is most willing to release, and therefore also the data that has the least risk to it. And I've spoken with data openers provincially, federally before, and I've heard the same thing come up again and again, which is that that's the data that the organizations are saying, here you go, take it. But that's also the data that they're least uncomfortable releasing. And truthfully, part of my job is to look at the stuff that is uncomfortable, because it's often true that discomfort comes from perhaps a knowledge that the data that they're uncomfortable about is, going to show some worrisome trends, or it's information that has some privacy, risk to it, which is a totally fair point. But I mean, you look at things like all of our reporting on, the criminal justice system and police. That's information that is so enmeshed with privacy. You could never report on that stuff in a data capacity without, having some risk of potentially, being able to identify someone from a data set. But it's such an important consideration. I think that the open data sets are really important, but truthfully, I think that, personally, I don't really use them very much, because the data that's there is usually not the data that I really need to do the stories that I want to do.
That's fair. And there's a second question similar to this, but I won't ask it because I think it kind of was captured in your response. But bottom line is, the data we're putting in open government data is too boring fundamentally, and we need to be able to give you the stuff that really has the truth behind it, which is in keeping with what David was saying earlier. I do have a question here, and Jacopo, I'm going to send this one your way. You've made an interesting point on transparency of data, and all of you talked about this. However, in the world with large regime players like Facebook and Google creating concern in society about safety of data, should the Canadian government not go in the same direction or same route as our European counterparts and protect civilian data from the corporate interests? So you have a global view of the world. So perhaps, from a data lens, I don't know whether you feel you can answer this one.
Yeah, with pleasure. Thanks, Caroline. Well, I think, it's a multifaceted problem here. Basically, I want to highlight the role of corporations like Google or Facebook in also accelerating the knowledge transfer in some cases, and allowing access to amazing technology to underserved communities. They run a lot of programs in Africa, which I think are valuable. On the other hand, I think also there is an issue with taxation that needs to be solved. I think these big groups should basically pay more taxes. I'm not just mentioning Google or Facebook, but also Amazon and others. And these will basically affect, all countries involved. In terms of privacy, that's a very, very tricky question. I am not sure the European governments are doing the right thing, but I think the world is learning about that. I think there were cases that are that made a difference, thinking of Cambridge Analytica or others. And I think there is an information war going on in Africa as well, with misinformation and disinformation affecting public debates down there. And I think these corporations should play a role in countering misinformation and disinformation, investing more money into that, perhaps investing into innovation and intelligent, like artificial intelligence, machine learning, to fight and stop and curb misinformation and disinformation. So I think it's a very, very large topic. But I think, yeah, we should have a global response to these big questions.
Well, they aren't going to all be easy to answer, that's for sure. I've got a question here for Lauren. So how can we use a feminist perspective on data to achieve more inclusive outcomes, not only to address gender biases, but also other classification systems of race, global north and south? So a bit touching again on the international aspect.
Sure. I mean, I think actually Canada provides a really good example, for instance, with the GBA plus analysis. I don't know if some of you are familiar with that, right? That is required, where it's just asking people to think through the potential consequences of the proposed project, right? And I think that we need to do this a little bit more with respect to gender in this particular case, but it could be expanded more generally. And I think that general approach is really helpful, asking people, before they undertake the project, really at the very beginning, asking themselves, who has helped, who is harmed here, what are the goals of the project, who are the people who are at the table deciding whether or not this is the right question to be asked, this is the right project to undertake. Do we have people representing the communities or the region that this project will touch? Are they here giving us insight from their own experience? I mean, I think all of these things, good projects do these instinctually, but it's never a bad idea to have it codified, especially at the government level, to say, these are the people that should be at the table. These are the processes that should be followed. These are the questions that should be asked. And I think that we're seeing this, I've seen in an academic level, and even at a sort of increasingly coming out of corporations, sort of these protocols and user guides and data sheets, there's different approaches, but I've seen a couple of them in the past year or so that are essentially just structured ways of initiating data collection and data analysis projects, making sure that the questions are asked at the beginning and not at the end, so that you're not at the end of the project realizing that you either had some sort of unintended negative impact, that it didn't occur to you at the first place, or that you went through the whole process and you didn't actually collect the data or explore the question that really was the key question that should have been directing the project at the beginning.
Thanks for your answer. And I think, given, I think even the comments that you all have made, but David, I remember you making it in terms of the pandemic and what, the data is showing us now, right? And how it's, giving us some indications of where society elements, some of our aspects of society are hurting more than others. And that data is telling us something, in terms of those possible biases that are built, those biases that are built into the systems for sure. So I've got a question here for Tom. Given the complexity of data sets, do you follow up with the organization that provided the data to validate the analysis? And I think you spoke a little bit about this, saying you asked to speak to somebody because you often find that the data is not really answering and you would prefer to talk to somebody sometimes to get clarity, but I'll throw that to you.
The answer is yes. We have a lot of systems and structures in place to validate our analysis. So we have a data verification system where another reporter unaffiliated with whatever we're working on will validate the code, like the actual code books themselves. But in the case of complex stories, I am absolutely going to the agency in some cases, often for clarification on what does this column mean? I've noticed this weird thing. What does this signify? Or I'm corralling academics, former employees in some cases if I'm not ready to talk to the government organization just yet. So there's a lot of consultation that happens for sure. In the case of Bias Behind Bars, that story from October, I had a brain trust of academics and criminologists and people who are very intimately familiar with the correctional system, and it even worked there in some cases, who were able to tell me, okay, well, this means this in the data. This is decided based on that, blah, 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 et cetera. So that's always happening. And of course, a crucial part of this journalism is to go to the institution and give them ample and fair time to comment. I mean, that's a requirement of my job, and I would never want to do any stories without going through that process. In the case of CSC for the first story, I think it was a 3-week back and forth for a while there. So there's absolutely a very important validation stage, and we would never publish anything on that scale without very careful consideration. I mean, the analysis process was like an 8-month process, so there was ample time to do that for sure.
And that's something that I really teach my students as well, is that without that validation process, you really can't do it. You need to have people who are vetting things. You need to share your results and your work with the experts. And really, it is opening up our playbook, which has been something that has been scary to journalists, like describe our methodology, right? So with my students, I talk about subjectivity of purpose, objectivity of method, right? Tom believes that there's a problem in prisons. That's why he's investigating, but his method is completely objective. And it means that if someone were to follow his steps, they would arrive at the same conclusions. And that's what I teach my students as well.
And I tell you, as an associate deputy of a department, I appreciate that. I do really, as journalists, when you're, seeking these stories, we really do appreciate that you come and see what's the other side of the story or what are the facts to confirm it. So I've got one last question, and David, you're the one to whom it's being directed. So many data sets are open source. Do you see data in the context of journalism as something that should be protected similarly to legislative source protection? Oh, interesting.
Oh boy, I'm not quite sure what you mean by legislative protection. I think that we want to get to as raw a level, record level data as possible, right? I mean, a lot of the data that Tom was able to use in his series, basically CSC makes a lot of that stuff available on their open data portal, right? You can I was doing it last night, right? You can break it down by indigenous, non-indigenous, right? And then if you get some census data and you figure out, well, geez, the indigenous population is only a percentage of the Canadian population, but yet it's 4 or 5 times that in the prison system, then you've got a starting point. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to talk to my students about that when I get off this call. So I think that, if we can get more of that record level data, it's better for everyone. And I just stress that we're not looking to find people. We're not looking to breach privacy laws. We just need the information so that we can get as close to the truth as possible.
No, for sure. Listen, panelists, I so appreciate your time today, and I so wish we had more of it because there's such richness in all that you've shared with us today. And we've exhausted some of the questions we received for the moment, but I know it's because we've run out of time, because I suspect we've had far more questions to share. And I think as we discussed through the panel today, this was an important dialogue that will continue to hopefully enhance the way in which we make sure data is available. As a government, we're listening and really do appreciate some of the constructive criticism you've given us here today, and that's how I take it. Because it is our job to kind of continue to be as transparent as we can, and while protecting the privacy and all the other legislative elements we talked about. But there are ways to do that, and we're going to strive to continue to do our best in that space. So with that, je retourne la parole à Liz qui va fermer la session. But huge thanks to all of you.
Merci beaucoup. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to moderate this panel and bringing together digital information and data, my 3 favorite subjects. Please note that you can send in your questions throughout the session by using the raised hand icon in the upper right corner of your screen. Since the last GC Data Conference in February of 2020, the importance of consistent data management and governance to enable data sharing, reuse, and analysis in the federal government and across jurisdictions has been heightened by the coronavirus pandemic. Released last month, the supplementary mandate letter of the President of the Treasury Board includes a commitment to build a whole-of-government approach for the better collection, analysis, and availability of disaggregated data. As well, improving the quality and availability of disaggregated data to help ensure that GC policy decisions benefit communities equitably is included in the supplementary mandate letters of multiple ministers. Strong and well-coordinated information and data management is the foundation of the digital government. It is central to supporting digitally enabled service design and delivery and streamlining government operations. This foundation also enables the government to support businesses in understanding and leveraging their data assets to drive responsible innovation and stimulate the growth needed for Canada's economic recovery. We are also discovering the need for clearly defined roles, responsibilities, and accountabilities for data and information in the GC. This is central to facilitating cooperation and collaboration between CDOs and CIOs, as well as other designated officials for service and cybersecurity across the GC, and fostering integrated and holistic governance. The GC's ongoing response to the pandemic has demonstrated that decisions about data and information are often multifaceted as they present strategic, policy, legal, ethical, and technological issues. Data and information are sometimes used interchangeably and can be thought of on a continuum. In the Treasury Board policy on service and digital, information includes data. Increasingly, digital and data technologies, for example, natural language processing, are processing text as unstructured data and transforming it into information. These technologies are blurring the distinction between information and data. Such trends suggest the value of reconsidering organizational silos and moving towards a more integrated governance model. The importance of the integrated management of data and information, along with service, cyber, and IT, is a key theme of the TB policy on service and digital. The policy identifies data and information as strategic assets which require lifecycle management and integrated governance. It reflects the rising profile of data and information in the GC and will drive the development of dedicated policies and frameworks in these areas. The modernization of federal legislation, such as the Access to Information Act and the Privacy Act, will also play a role in adapting our rules to meet the rising demands of the digital age. These efforts will help cement the GC's position as a leading digital government in Canada and around the world. The strategic management of information and data helps create the digital environment needed to enable the GC organizations to discover, access, share, and reuse data, while also ensuring that personal information and sensitive data are protected appropriately. By improving data quality and interoperability, integrated information and data practices can also support decision-making on policies and programs and foster greater openness, transparency, and accountability to the Canadian public. Information and data are interconnected and therefore should be governed and managed as such. Policies must evolve to support these demands. Current information management policies need to be updated to reflect a more holistic view of information and data. The work to refresh the existing TBSIM policy instruments is underway, which will set the stage for more modern governance of information and data. In one of its recommendations, the Data Strategy Roadmap for the Federal Public Service highlighted the importance of identifying organizational responsibilities for data, but acknowledged that there are many different models given the wide range of mandates and structures across government. Federal departments and agencies have taken different approaches to the governance of data and information. This discussion will provide an opportunity to explore these models currently in place and identify ways to enable integrated and holistic data and information governance. So I want to thank you again for being here, speakers. And I think we're going to first turn to, sorry, did we say Sandy? No? I apologize. I just realized that the notes I have and the notes the speaker just gave us were good. If it's okay, or if that's fine. I apologize for that.
No problem. I can go first. Thank you so much. Sorry for the confusion. Yes, hi, my name is Sandy Kiriakatos, and I am the Chief Data Officer at Canada Border Services Agency. What I'll do is I'll tell you a little bit about CBSA and a little bit about our office to give some context to the discussion we'll have a little further on. So, you know, most of you know what CBSA is, and we are an organization that provides integrated border services. And that means that we're here to provide seamless efficient travel. We're here to keep the Canadian economy strong and growing. And we're also here to provide a very important national security and public safety set of priorities. So if you haven't been here, what you realize when you come to CBSA is that we're really on the front lines of many government priorities. It is a surprisingly complex operation, many partners, lots and lots of data. The pandemic, of course, has highlighted the importance of these partnerships. We work very tightly with organizations like IRCC and FAC and CRA and ESDC and others, and are very tightly integrated with the Five Eyes countries. So how Australia, New Zealand, UK, US manage their borders is something that is very top of mind for us. You know, I don't know what you would call a normal year, but normally we have numbers like hundreds of millions of travelers coming through the border, 25 or so million cars, over 100 million items between courier and parcel that are coming back and forth over the border. So it is a very dynamic and it's a very live operation. Having also been in another department that has a very large policy shop, it is very different. And although we'll speak about this later, what the organization does and what our priorities are really inform how we would organize. And so this isn't a policy shop, it is operational. And so it has really impacted or reflected how the Chief Data Office is organized and what its purpose is. Like most government departments, CBSA is focused on its own modernization across traveler and commercial branches. And it's anchored, or rather there's an umbrella program called Renewal, which includes data and digital objectives, but it's not just about that. It is really a whole renewal of the agency. So specifically for us in the CDO, and the CDO has been around for 2 years, I've been here for one of those, analytics is a key pillar. It is a major focus of our CBSA strategy. And that provides a real clarity of purpose for a Chief Data Office, because data is everything and everywhere, and there's so much overlap. And so the important thing is to focus. And for us, it has informed how we operate as well with our colleagues in IT. So here, IT is the Information Science and Technology branch. CDO here sits in strategic policy. It created this function by pulling together pieces. So because we are so much about analytics, the business intelligence, data warehouse, sort of analytics side of the IT house came under CDO. We built and consolidated some data science capacity. We also obviously have data governance, data stewardship policy, a very small and mighty data literacy team, and a new data strategy function. So with that, we rounded out with the inclusion of privacy, information sharing, and ATIP. So for us, it made a lot of sense to have quite a substantial and enabling portion of the data pipeline that covers technical things that seem kind of IT, that covers policy, strategic, and operational portions of that data pipeline. I am not digital. I am not the Chief Digital Officer. I am not trying to do digital. I am not IT. I am data and analytics, which of course, when you're in the data space, that data supports digital, data supports operations, it supports policy. It is a fuel, I guess, is a popular way to put it, to support all of these things. And I know we will dig a little deeper into why we think that how we're structured allows us to be highly complementary with our IT colleagues. I think there is a maturity that has happened across the GC. I joined government in July of 2016, and I can tell you it's unrecognizable to me how it was then to how it is now. There has been a huge transformation. So being someone who didn't exist here the whole time, taking that slice is quite impressive how much we've evolved. And I know day to day we're always frustrated and we want more, but I remember the first conference for data, and I had participated because ESDC at the time is where I was working as CDO, and we co-hosted it with CRA, and it was a few months after I joined, and I really didn't know what we were talking about. There was no conversation around data management, of interoperability. We weren't talking about data standards. We weren't talking about analytics. And I remember listening, thinking, this doesn't sound at all like the data conversations I'm having in the private sector. There was, interestingly enough, one presentation from two ladies that were speaking my language, where I listened to them and I thought, oh, that's what we're talking about. And funny enough, one of them was Emma Okani, who's now the CDO at ESDC. But the truth is, it's a lot of change. And sometimes I find that in government, we are trying really hard to get all the org structure perfect. We see change as policy and governance and process, and we forget maybe that what we need to do to affect change is to actually do the work. And so when you do the work, it informs how and what you need to do to be good collaborative partners versus coming from a place of theory. So as an example, at CBSA, well, okay, pandemic, we all know what's happened, and everyone has their story about how the pandemic has raised the awareness of how important data is. But specifically for us at the border, we had to come together very quickly, and you may have seen this video during some of the breaks, to deliver the ArriveCAN app. So there was literally no time to think about what are you working on and what am I working on and why are you doing that, why am I doing that? We were literally thrown in the trenches. My colleague in IT, and I work with all of them very well. In this particular case, this colleague of mine is responsible for cloud and mobile apps and all things innovation in IT and a bunch of things. And we weren't really sitting at each other going, who's going to do what? We were more, how are we going to do this? And so it really was an exercise in having people on my team and his team just getting the work done. And by having a situation where we were working like this versus, you have IT, then it goes over to data, it has resulted in a situation where they're almost our biggest champions for those things that we've been hearing about called interoperability and data standards, which sound kind of theoretical, but in the building of this app, which literally has days sometimes to translate requirements into a functioning solution, and where people will expect the minute it's out for all of our data and analytics to just come, that team understands our needs and we understand their needs, and we can sort of speak for each other. And so it becomes a situation where now, this week, in fact, we had a meeting, all of my DG colleagues and I, around drilling down into the roles and responsibilities between the two teams. Not the most riveting and exciting conversation we've ever had, but it comes easier now because we had that overarching direction. We had the crystal clarity from our leadership around what we're doing, and so we could unpack that. So the interesting thing is that in our organization, because we have a clear objective that is clearly identified by our leadership, we kind of have space to collaborate as opposed to compete. Our Chief Information Officer is one of our biggest champions. We have other ADMs in other branches who have put their hand up to lead and be our champion for data literacy. So the work of data and digital is complicated and difficult enough as it is. I don't want to give the impression that every day we don't have opportunities to resolve, but the truth is we have that support where we can then unpack what needs to happen. We're not dealing with, I don't think too much about what the TBS policy says. It covers us, it's fine. I think every day about the work we actually have to do because we've kind of progressed past that. The what has been defined, and we are now unpacking this how. I know also that we'll touch a little bit later on some of the lessons we can learn from private sector. I spent most of my career in either IT or data functions in private sector, and although we absolutely don't want to be private sector, not at all. We do need to be inspired by some of the ways in which they work. And the fact that private sector cannot exist if nobody wants their product or services forces them to think about things that sometimes maybe we don't, around data and around how data offices can work with information offices. The policy, the governance, and the structure aren't the driving reason. Those things help the reason. So the organization, how we structure ourselves, what policies we need are only good if they help us meet our objectives. So like I said, because they have this objective of profit, it creates a laser focus. And so we can gain some, I guess, knowledge from them around being focused around the outcome versus the theory or the white paper or the best practice of how to organize. So it's not really about figuring out a perfect end state and working through all of that. It's about figuring out what our objectives are, not worrying so much that we're constantly changing, but doing the next best right thing and constantly growing and evolving. Last thing I'll say is that although at CBSA, I think we have a really good success, and again, I'm repeating myself, it's not perfect, but it's pretty darn good because of what I said previously, where we have both a top-down and a bottom-up clarity of purpose. Our executive is very focused on what analytics needs to do to help renewal. We have the opportunity then to collaborate and put the right people together from the bottom-up perspective so that data can be on equal par with application development, but we can do it in a way where everyone can claim some success, everyone can learn from the other side, and we are elevating data management not because we read a white paper somewhere, but we are elevating data management because everyone understands how everyone's objectives are better met if we do that. So I will leave it there so we have more time to chat over questions. But in the context of how do we bring IT and digital and data together, it's different for every organization. There is no cookie cutter. And if we focus on the objectives of our department or agency, the how we organize becomes much more clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy, and I really like that that comment about laser focus. I think that when we do have that singularity of purpose and endorsement from the executive level, it is amazing what we can get done. Stephen, I apologize. You were first, and your name was at the bottom of a page, and I flipped to the next page too quickly, so my bad entirely. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and you're obviously at Defense. What changes do you think we need to consider to help connect data needs and digital aspirations across the government? And as national defense works with our closest allies and international partners, how are you seeing them make better use of data and drive their own digital transformations?
Thanks, Mark, and no worries. I think there's a number of things Sandy put out there that I can riff off of as we go along here and talk about the two questions you just put to me. I do think at the D&D perspective, from the D&D CAF Armed Forces perspective, we do get an interesting opportunity to see both, and Sandy alluded to it, both what our closest allies are doing, and as well from my perch as chair for almost 2 years now of the Chief Data Officer, still fairly nascent Chief Data Officer Council. I think there's some interesting commonalities we can draw on that do touch on what you were alluding to in your opening remarks there, Mark, about how we're renewing the policy suite. So defense, we spent much of our time the last 2.5 years really focused on the fundamentals of the data strategy, drafting it, implementing it, building a robust sort of training program across this very big organization we have to get our large and diverse workforce up to a certain level of common knowledge. As well as been drawn into sort of the digital capabilities discussion we're having and how do we use the foundation of data to actually deliver not just analytics, but a broader suite of digital work, starting with the fairly complex upgrade to our enterprise resource planning system, which is going on across government for financials, but at defense implicates a whole bunch of other things in our supply chain and warehousing and whatnot that we have for equipment. A lot of this work has been fairly generic in terms of its focus on good data principles and tying into the rest of Government of Canada and where we're going as a larger sort of federal government. But I am becoming conscious, I have become conscious in the last 8 months or so that we need to do more, and particularly when I look at allies, to speak to the armed forces and their digital military capabilities, what we actually are delivering out the door in terms of defense capability. So people who are paying attention will note that we do have a new emphasis in our data strategy implementation plan that speaks a little bit more to the armed forces and what they need out of us. And you'll see if you look across allies that they are, well, we're all moving down the same road in terms of making better use of data. We do see, particularly with the Australians, the Americans, and the Brits, partly because they're further ahead of us in terms of their implementation of what they call fifth generation platforms, new fighters and ships and whatnot that are more data driven. They speak more the language of what we call the warfighter, right? Of what actually you need to do to enable soldiers, sailors, aircrew when they're out there doing operations. So we need to sharpen up our language a little bit on that and make sure that we're aligned with our allies, and also focusing, as Sandy said, in the way that Border Services and some of the other organizations who've been more focused on services to Canadians through the COVID crisis, get that laser focus on actually delivering capability out the door. So there's more to be done on my side for that. So all this, I think, goes to your theme on how the focus for data work is different from one department to another. But what is common and what I'm seeing at the CDO Council level is that we have little north of 20 some departments and agencies now represented on that group. Yeah, it's I see Sandy cheering. It's really coming along in terms of maturity. There is a common appetite for clarity, increased clarity, understanding that it's never going to be perfectly clear on roles and responsibilities. And I think there's a need to both, one, give structure, and two, to allow for that flexibility. As we draw together digital data, information management, technology and systems, these all need to link. At the same time, we have to have the space for it to make sense for the different operational models and missions that we all have. I think in particular, what you alluded to, the renewal of the IM policy suite is going to offer us a real opportunity here. Recognizing that IM is principally these days about managing digitized information, my personal view is that it's time now to bring together the concepts of information and data and stop torturing ourselves with the distinctions between them. I think you're right, we can put them on a spectrum. We can talk about how data rolls up into information, rolls up into knowledge, rolls up into wisdom, but come on. Like at a certain point, really, at the end of the day, how we manage this stuff, it's really about structured and unstructured data. So how do we actually help ourselves put a rule set together that's going to clarify what we need to do and move us further down the road of actually doing it? I think part of the problem in bureaucracies and governments where we're rules-based is that those distinctions can be used to maintain a hierarchy of how we've always done things. So I do think breaking down the policy suite and actually making sure that we can distinguish what we expect of chief data officers and what we expect of data functions as they work with our CIOs and technology and digital operations champions and whatnot is going to be important so that we know who to hold accountable, right? We need to hold chief data officers accountable for fixing the challenges that we've been hearing about through the data conference yesterday and today. Some of those accountabilities, many of those accountabilities go to the technology side. But right now, there's still a little bit too much confusion that allows people to sort of do this when the time comes and things aren't working properly. And IT people can say it's the data people's fault, and the data people can say it's the business's fault. And you sort of continue to go around that circle. These dependencies aren't going to go away, but we do need to clarify where the proverbial buck stops in particular subdomains. So my view on this is that we need to be we need enough clarity that we can disaggregate these things and make it clear that no, this person's responsible for that, and this person's responsible for this. And if they don't play well together, they're both going to get their butts kicked. So let's try and do this in a way that actually moves us forward here from an accountability standpoint. I'll leave it there and turn it back over to you, Mark.
Thank you, Stephen. The answer is very easy. It's always procurement's fault. That's my.
Well, at least there's something we can agree on there. That's right.
Thanks for that. How are you, Zaina? Good to see you.
How are you, Mark? Good to see you too.
Very good. You have a dual role at IRCC as CIO and Chief Transformation Officer. Maybe you could share with us, what do you consider your biggest challenges, and what are the technology trends that you're also finding most interesting and looking out for on the horizon?
Sure, Mark. Thank you. Yeah, I think I may be a special case, I think, in the government where I have the role of both the transformation officer and the CIO. And I have to tell you, when this was put in place about 2 years ago, I think it's the best move my deputies made, because I can't fight with myself. I have to work with myself, right? So I think that's a good thing. I think that, I would say that the biggest challenge, some in my position might feel that the balancing act is difficult between transformational leadership and innovation and the functional requirements of the traditional CIO role. Because we have a legacy system and we need to keep the IT operations running. That machine has to keep running while we try to innovate and transform the processes. And one of the things for me as well is in my role as the ADM transformation, what I do, Mark, very much is I work with the business. And one of my principles that I have moved forward with is IT will not drive the transformation. Business will drive the transformation. And so what we have is, we've put in place what we call journeys, and we've identified 15 journeys, and we have partners like CBSA, IRB, and others who participate, SSC, who participate in these journeys, where we look at the realm of the possibilities currently within the environment that we have, the legacy environment, but also thinking about the future as we start to look at the platform, at our new platform renewal. I would say, Mark, the other thing also is I have really good leaders. We've brought in people who can think today and who can think tomorrow. And these good leaders and smart people in my organization who keep the operations running smoothly, who can tackle complex technology challenges. Our technology challenges are cumbersome, because the current system that we have, we lovingly call it Frankenstein, because it has been customized so much that it needs a lot of work. And so we have an organization that keeps it running. And because I have a really good group of people who understand it, Mark, it frees me up to focus on the more strategic challenges, like business transformation, which includes ensuring we're managing the change in the best way possible. And what that also means is we also have a similar model to CBSA. Our CDO, Umit, resides in policy. And so what we do is we work very, very closely with our CDO. We work with our operations. We work with our policy group to be able to define the problem, to be able to baseline and determine what is it that we need to do. And our approach is always iterative. We experiment, it's iterative, and we learn as we go. And we also work with our clients. We ask them, what's your biggest pain point, and how can we help you fix that? Mark, I believe organizational change and helping the business be ready to work differently is one of the biggest challenges. The technology we can work through, we can bring in industry, we can bring in people in government who've done this. I learn a lot from my good friend Benoit, who's a few steps ahead of me with the BDM project. But change and changing the organization and moving an organization in a different direction is very much top of mind for me. And our employees. I'm cognizant of the fact that our employees need new skills, mindsets that embrace the horizontal collaboration, the agile techniques, and the digital first thinking. On that note, I would say, as technology leaders, because we're talking about IT and data and the role of digital, I really do believe that we underestimate the role of culture and change readiness that plays in the success of new disruptive technology adoption. We're putting out, especially with COVID, what happened is, as you know, we're heavily paper-based, and we have a transformation agenda to take us from paper to digital while we're doing our digital platform modernization. And when COVID hit, what was really, really clear to us was that we need to shift to digital as fast as we can. We couldn't get into the buildings. The paper applications were sitting in the buildings. How do you process them? People need to cross the border. So it became so clear that we needed to go, the imperative to go digital became extremely clear to us. But what also became clear is we can't go so fast that people can't keep up, because it's disruptive. It's disruptive to what they're doing in a new working environment. So what we've started to do is we've started to invest in the culture shift that's needed to make the change real. We really, really need to work with people to get, what's in it for them, whether it's for our employees or our clients. The attention, in my view, has to be paid both to taking to the organization and taking to the market, meaning clients, and we have to plan the changes. I would also say that, my view is that we really do need to move from describing the changes in endless presentations and decks and 40-page accompanying documents and all that stuff to engaging our people in the lived experience of the change. And I think if we do that, and I'll tell you what we do, a quick example. Every Wednesday we have what we called sprints, where our transformation folks will come online and they will show what we're doing for this week, what the product has been, and what we'll be doing for next week. We have 200 people join from everywhere in our organization and from our partners. And they give us feedback immediately. I don't think that's going to work. I think you're smoking something green. Don't go down that path, right? And so these experiences, we work with actually our clients who have gone through this process, and they tell us, not going to work, try it differently. And so I would say that the engagement of the cross-functional teams in redefining our services, in experimenting with the process optimization and digital solutions, I think will lead us to where we need to go. On your what are the technology trends that I find most interesting, Mark, there's so much going on out there. There's so much going on. I can't keep up. It's such an exciting time for us right now. And there's so much possibility when you think about things that such as, robotic process automation or machine learning or any of these things. And how do we start to bring them in? Yes, we are. There are issues with our legacy environments, but I think we're on that road. We're moving forward. I'll end on this one note, but the other day I was reading the results of a recent survey from Deloitte. And what was interesting in that recent survey was that what Deloitte found was that 73% of organizations that were surveyed were now using automation technologies such as robotics, machine learning, natural language processing, up from 48% in 2019. That's a big shift. And about 2/3 of business leaders that use the automation and they use this automation to respond to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. We shifted because these things were available to us, and we were able to respond quite quickly. CERB, how quickly we were able to put CERB up and get moving is another example of what's happening. In my organization, we've turned to robotic process automation to help us, with some of the processing that we do. We're quickly building prototypes to deal with the COVID situation. And I think one of the other things in the findings of this document that I was reading is that where organizations were involved in retaining their employees, there was a significant focus on training that encouraged workers to effectively use new technology to augment and adapt their roles. And I honestly believe that reskilling and retooling our employees and investing in our employees, training on creativity and problem solving and critical thinking skills, I believe that is going to pay back a huge amount. And the last thing, from an immigration and refugees and citizenship perspective, robotics and machines are not able to make the same logic decisions that humans can. So we don't allow the machines to make decisions for us, humans do, but we do allow the machines to do some work for us. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Zaina. And that's a very good plug for the Automated Decision-Making Directive, which says exactly that, is analyze your risk and make sure that you understand and where there's required, put a human in the middle. So this was very interesting. Thank you for this those introductory remarks. We're going to move to a bit of a Q&A session. I was going to start with a little bit of a poll of what do you think the term CDO stands for, Chief Data Officer or Chief Digital Officer? But I think this audience might be a little biased, so I'll skip that question. Maybe I will start with one that stemmed from Sandy's conversation around her experience in the private sector. In the private sector, a CEO is going to turn to their chief data officer, and they're going to say, "What have you done to contribute to the top line or the bottom line?" And CEOs have pretty easy jobs because that's all they have to worry about. But they are usually singularly focused. What should our deputies be looking to our CDOs to answer those questions? The "What have you done for me lately?" question. What is it that a deputy is expecting from his CDO, his or her CDO? And Sandy, maybe I'll start with you.
So I think that really depends on what is the primary objective that organization is trying to meet. So the answer is different for every single CEO. And I guess that's kind of what I was alluding to from the private sector, which is, I've worked at retail organizations, I worked in technology organizations, and it's always clear, because if you work in retail, you care about the customer. Who are our customers? Which ones are profitable? Which vendors don't make us money? And so the questions that drive a retail organization, then you turn to your CDO and you ask them to answer those questions. It also facilitates some of what we struggle with in government, where we make this sort of data a priority, because those things are top of mind for a CEO. When you build projects, when you build systems, the data and the management and the governance needed to get those answers is built in right from the beginning, because that's what the CDO cares about. The CEO cares about is the bottom line. So for us at CBSA, it's about the border. It's about protecting the border. It's about preventing guns and drugs from coming in. It's about ensuring that people who can and should come in seamlessly through the border with that minimum amount of time. For us with renewal, there's also those questions about how efficient we are. So there are lots of detailed conversations around how do we do better performance measurement, because we cannot do better if we cannot measure. And I'm not specifically talking about a results and delivery world, but very much a private sector type view, which is we need to spend our money the most efficient way possible. This is a public asset. The way we spend money is the money belongs to Canadians, just like the data we have belongs to Canadians. So we have an obligation to figure out how to improve our process. So they look to me and say, I need my numbers. I need my stats. I need you to help us become more efficient. I need you to build models that are going to help us figure out which parcel to open that might have drugs in it. So it becomes very specific about the agency. And that's kind of the inspiration we get from private sector, which is, 5 years ago, we talked about in government having a CDO and a data strategy, and it was all very generic. It was all of those generic things about good data management practices and good data literacy. But now it's specific. So if we have a data quality problem, we're not just trying to fix data quality everywhere, we'll drown. We have an issue with removals and the data isn't being entered into the systems properly. Let's do some training with BSO so data gets entered properly, so there's reduction in data quality. So it's not that it's not a strategic activity, but it becomes focused on solving a specific problem.
Great, thank you. Stephen, any thoughts on that? I'm sure defense is a very different world.
It is a different world, but the answer is very similar. And the interesting nuance, and I'm not a huge fan of the proliferation of chief XO titles across government, because I don't think we map to it very well sometimes. But essentially in the defense context, we have two CEOs, if we're going to draw that parallel, one on the departmental side and one on the armed forces side, and they want different things, right? They both want a more capable department and armed forces, but the deputy minister is primarily concerned about accountability in the sense of going back to the minister and the government and parliament and justifying the very large amount of money that we spend every year on behalf of Canadians and how Canadians are getting value out of that. And that is our center of gravity in the sense that we have to be able to show why it's important to spend that amount for those reasons in an area where it's not always intuitively obvious, right? Like it's the largest department. We have billions of dollars going through it, and there is an argument. People really like it when they need the armed forces and they show up, whether that's in a conflict situation or in another form of crisis. But when they're doing all the things they need to do in the background to be able to show up when they're needed, the argument needs to be made so that people understand what those investments are actually being made for. So for the deputy being able to trace that line of accountability in a different environment than a private sector CEO, but still to stakeholders both in Parliament and in Canadians writ large is really important, and analytics can help her tell that story. The Chief of Defence Staff wants capability. The Chief of Defence Staff wants a modern armed forces that can go anywhere, do anything when it's needed, at the moment it's needed. And he wants to know what is actually, he wants to see the results coming out the other end of a new aircraft, looking at the, I need to be careful, I don't comment on actual procurement here, but but if you were to get a new platform, all new platforms, as I alluded to earlier, what they call fifth generation platforms, both need to ingest large amounts of data in order to function properly, because they're essentially flying, swimming, crawling computer systems, right? They can't identify friend from foe and do fire weapons over the horizon if they don't know what they're shooting at. So there's a huge amount of data that needs to be ingested by those platforms in order for them to do what their work as advertised. And they're huge data collection platforms, right? You need to be able to pull data off of them, live streaming data off of these things in a way that gives commanders decision quality information that then gets turned around and pushed back out to, as I said during my opening remarks, soldiers, sailors, and aircrew, so they make different decisions than they might otherwise have made. There's a huge data challenge in there. As Sandy says, you can't fix all that at once. And there are areas where those two requirements from the Deputy Minister and the Chief of Defence Staff come together. For example, in our supply chain, as stuff moves from procurement through warehousing to front lines, how do you know where it is? How do you know how much it's worth? The Auditor General has views on this. How do you actually manage that in a way that shows value for money, but also shows up where it needs to be when the armed forces are in Mali or Afghanistan or wherever? So you've got to pick those focus areas. You've got to pick, Zaina talked about journeys. You've got to pick what your use case is and figure out how you're going to solve that specific thing and work through the ins and outs of that. Show the value in that piece. Teach people, there's a couple of questions in the chat here about data literacy. Teach people what they need to think about when they're fixing these problems, and then circle back and do the next one. Because if you try and do them all at once, you will sink under the weight of all of it. So pick your most acute problems, move forward with solutions, and then pick another set and move forward with those. So lots of discussions within our system about which solutions are most important. We're gelling around 4 focus areas right now. And I and the CIO and the operational owners of the armed forces need to gel on what those priorities are, so we're all working at them together, right? Business owners, data people, IT, all aligned on those focus areas.
That makes a lot of sense. You mentioned the data literacy, so maybe Zaina, I'll turn to you and ask to the idea of a business-driven digital transformation. What are the concrete actions that we can take to improve the literacy among the business subject matter experts?
I think a few things, Mark, that we can do. The first thing is how do you use that data, first of all? So from an IRCC perspective, we collect the most data in the government of Canada right now, because of the mandate and the work that we do. And that's why Omit, our CDO, and his appointment was very, very critical for us. Up until now, what we've done is we haven't really used the data for the purposes other than to process. We process and we've got the data and we check to make sure that everything checks off and that person can come and there's no security issues and CBSA can do the wonderful work that we do. What we've started to do now is with the policies that you've put in place, is to take a look at, how can we use the data first and foremost from an internal perspective, and that's where your data literacy comes in. And that is for evidence-based policy making, evidence-based decision making, the journeys that I talked about, we baseline. Before we even start the journey, and we have 15, we bring everybody together, we start to baseline to look at what is the reality of what we're getting. And within that, all the folks that are involved, they start to learn and understand the data. They start to understand how to use that data, and what not to do with the data. And I would think that's one area that we can start to look at. I think the other area from a data literacy perspective is data, especially in our world, is data that it's information about individuals. And so it has to be protected. So how do you protect that data? And how do you ensure that the confidence that people have in giving us that data, that we maintain the utmost confidence that that data is going to be protected and it is going to be looked after. One of the things that we've been discussing, and we haven't gone there yet, but we're having many discussions with our CDO and our policy folks and our operations folks, is putting in place a governance body, almost an ethics board, that would start to look at and agree, and that ethics board would be co-chaired by our Director General for Digital Strategy, as well as our Director General or our CDO, with operations at the table and everybody else at the table. So when proposals are brought forward that require that the use of the data in some way, shape, or form, it's governed properly. The risk discussions are held. And the path forward is thought through in a thoughtful manner. And I think the last thing is the whole aspect of digital literacy is something that we all need to work on, and people, we need to talk to people, we need to help our people come along in the fact that that this is the future. This is how we're going to be going forward. And that goes back to the point I made earlier around reskilling, retooling, and working with people and helping them understand the why. Why are we doing this, and what will we gain out of this?
Great, thank you. We have 10 minutes left, so maybe we'll try a little bit of a lightning round. I'm going to try to synthesize some of these questions. But Sandy, what is the objective of data governance? What do we want to see out of a proper data governance environment?
That's a good question. Excellent. So objective out of data governance is that as an entire organization, we have the stewards of data that are able to drive the proper decisions around it. So that's very high level and theoretical. In practice, it means we don't slow things down because of governance. It means that we are enabling decisions, projects, analytics to take place because we have the checks and balances on making sure we're doing things correctly. You said lightning.
Perfect, thank you. Stephen, I'll ask you a slightly different question. How do we break down data silos? How do you go after those? How do you find them? I know it fits into governance, but it's also probably a very unique challenge on its own.
Yeah, I think it does fit into governance, that's for sure. I don't think we are ever going to get away from data silos in the federal context. I think we do need to look at our legislation. It goes back a little bit to the issue of the policy piece. We need to look at our legislative base around some of these things. Silos are okay if you've got standards, right? Just to pick you up on what I wanted Sandy to say, and I'll answer the last question. The governance is about setting standards. You need to be able to move this stuff from one place to another appropriately with some confidence that you're going to be able to do that. It's a data fusion question, right? You can hold it in different silos if that's what's most appropriate from a security standpoint. And by the way, Zaina, I love the idea of an ethics board for some of this stuff. Like if you need to hold it apart, that's fine, but you need to have a standard that allows you to plug in and extract it into a warehouse or whatever the technical solution is in order to use it when you need it. So I think that there's we need to break down some silos. We need to be smarter as we put stuff into our silos that we still need to have, that we can actually work across them and do a bit more plug and play. I think that is really the issue, is people developing these silos in isolation from each other without having the appropriate standards across our very complex data space.
Thank you. Zaina, maybe a little bit on where do you see the future of information management going in our digital environment, and the comments I made a little bit earlier and that Stephen picked up on the convergence of data and information management?
I think the convergence of information data and data management is absolutely critical, but I would put one more layer on it, and that is cybersecurity. I think the information management role that we currently have is simply that: manage the information, right? And look at the data warehouse and make sure the information comes in and make sure everything's backed up and we have what we need for the next 120 years. But I really do think we need to start to look at, the information management is more than being the custodians of the data. It is it's working closely with the CDO around the use of the data, the protection of the data, especially in our world, and the role that the information management folks can play in helping the CDO in being able to do some trend analysis and predictive analytics, and looking at what's around the corner. I tell you, with everything I've done, and I've done projects all my career, it's not what's in front of you, Mark. It is what is around the corner that you can't see that's going to come and hit you big time. So I think the role of information management is going to change. We've spent a lot of time on sort of the technology aspect of it. I think we need to put a focus on the information, because CDOs, without us looking at the information management, it's looking at one half of the equation. We need to look at them both because they're intricately linked, in my view.
Great, thank you very much. And we only have a couple of minutes left, so maybe I'll wrap it up and try to summarize and maybe address. There was one question that said, to everyone, including Mark, what other priority policy work can TBS do to bring further clarity, respective accountabilities to CIOs, CDOs, and CTOs? So first off, if you ask anyone outside of TBS what policies TBS can write, you're going to get a very quiet room. But we are recognizing. So you'll see a trend in some of the policy work we've done around identifying the need to identify chief security officers, chief data officers. Well, we haven't done chief data officers, chief information officers, service officers as well. So recognizing accountability is critical to focus and success. I would say it's fair to bet that that's coming. So some of the other things we've heard, the priorities and objectives inform how we organize and give us clear focus to work together. I think that's very clear. We align to priorities, and that's the right way to do it. So that's very much why we say one size doesn't fit all. We heard about the importance of collaborating, not just internally, but also with partners outside the government. This includes international, which is critical to advancing our agenda. We also heard about the value of learning from other sectors, such as industry, and moving towards outcomes-oriented approaches to digital initiatives. I couldn't agree with that more. If you have an objective, you know when you've arrived. If all you have is milestones, you will never get there. So focus is very, very positive. We've heard that the federal data space has matured in the last 5 years and continues to evolve, a trend that has been accelerated by this pandemic. Absolutely. Culture is a key enabler, and we need to lived experiences across the organization to affect the change. The biggest challenges to digital transformation are not technological, but cultural. Absolutely. We also need to invest in our employees and make sure they have the tools and the data literacy they need to do their work. And we've heard that existing policies are enabling, but that we do need some clarity on roles and responsibilities and the importance of accountability to address the data challenges that we heard about in the last few days. So absolutely agree with that. As we look to the future, there are a few areas that we can focus on: improving the effectiveness of resource allocation. The private sector can be very instructive here. Reviewing and clarifying accountabilities, but still allowing flexibility for departments to organize to best support their objectives. And Stephen, what I would commit to is I think we need to have that discussion at the CDO Council is how do we better support that community in those roles? Identifying concrete use cases and work iteratively to meet objectives and address challenges, investing in training and to build employees' data literacy, and ensuring their personal and sensitive data is protected to build public trust in the GC role as a data steward at all times. Of course, that's true. So I'm going to wrap it up with that, and I want to thank you all for this very informative session and for the great questions from the audience. We're fortunate that this panel has shed light on perspectives from both CDOs, CIOs, and the GC. Close collaboration between these communities is critical and will continue to be essential as we respond to current and emerging needs. Enabling this collaboration is a top priority for us at TBS as we recognize the critical role and making sure there's that clarity around those roles that we just talked about. So we invite federal public servants across the GC to take part in the development and implementation of these strategies, policies, standards, and frameworks needed to enable the strategic management and integrated governance of information and data across organizations and at the enterprise level. So with that, one last time, I will say thank you to all the panelists and to everyone who joined us today. I hope you have a great day and a great weekend. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Corey Chabanek. I'm the director of the center, of the Center for Statistical and Data Standards at Statistics Canada. I would like to welcome everyone to this panel discussion on standards and action, the emergence of data standards to drive business outcomes. The one note I wanted to make at the beginning was, as part of the session, we will have a question and answer period. WooClap will be used for this. There is a slide up posted to allow people to vote and ask their questions. I'm honored to be moderating this panel with such distinguished experts in the data field, including national and international panelists. I think this panel conversation is really timely given the conversations that have occurred during the initial days of this conference, including some key messages around double down on standards. Standards are the engine of the car, are foundational, and some themes around data stewardship, data standards, interoperability, and disaggregated data. But before I go any further, I just wanted to sort of have a reflection. So this time last year, the world was starting to reckon with the pandemic. The level of suffering and associated with COVID-19 infections, deaths, job loss, economic upheaval has been heart-wrenching. At the same time, the pandemic has accelerated the fundamental shifts in our society and our economy. We live in a world where data comes from more sources than ever, and we continuously comes from all directions now. That's why establishing a common language data standards for data sharing is a critical task. They're essential for collaboration. They are the bridges that we need to communicate ideas between individuals across sectors, nations, and across time. They are the foundation for horizontal storytelling, integration across domains, with standards as the enabling factor. They ensure consistency, quality, I would say trust. Trust is really key. Usability and reusability of data assets. Standards and common data practices encourage more sharing and interoperability enterprise-wide, nationally and internationally. I can give you a few examples of how we're lending our expertise to respond to the need of greater standards. We've advanced on disaggregated data standards that have been talked about during these sessions. We have a current open public consultation on gender and sexual diversity standards to be able to support the data needs of the Government of Canada. We're advancing on establishing energy data standards to support the Canadian Centre for Energy Information Data Hub. And finally, we've been addressing some gaps, having developed and released the Canadian Research and Development Classification, a common data classification that we built working closely with our partners, including the Canadian Foundation for Innovation, the Canadian Institute of Health Research, Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council of Canada, Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council. The CRDC provides a common language for discussing research, enabling a better evidence-based decision-making within the research ecosystem, a huge step forward for strengthening the R&D. Standards and data are a team sport. We cannot do this alone. We need everyone in the community to participate. There are many more stories like the one I've just shared. We're going to hear more during this discussion from our panelists. And in this context, there's some really, really good news. Nationally and internationally, there are solutions that are ready-made that can be adopted. We will hear some of our distinguished panelists talk about some of these, but there are more if we take the time to engage and look outside our borders and our constructs. We have some organizations that are forging new ground, driving business outcomes. And finally, we have working groups within the GOC that are tackling this problem as part of the GC Enterprise Data Community Practice. So I'm going to start off by introducing our panelists and posing some questions to them. So our initial focus of the panel discussion will be a national use case around data standards. I'm really pleased to introduce Benjamin Williams, Director of Data Governance and Exchange at the CMHC. At CMHC, housing affordability is one of the key objectives. His team publicizes housing data and insights to promote long-term affordability and sustainability. They believe that the more coherent, standardized, and available data, the better chance that people will make better decisions. Ben, I was hoping that you could share with the audience the journey of CMHC has taken in this space and the business outcomes expected. How has CMHC taken on the task to move towards a national mortgage standard?
Oh, thank you, Corey. I'd be glad to. Before I share experiences, I did want to acknowledge that the land from where I'm taking this call is the traditional unceded territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation, whose presence here reaches back to time immemorial. As always, I'm incredibly grateful for them for hosting me on their ancestral lands. So I first became involved in data standards at CMHC some 4 years ago, but honestly, the conversation around that has dated back much further than that. In 2008, during the financial crisis, one of the key concerns for Canada was the risk in the Canadian mortgage market. And at CMHC, we were partly responsible for monitoring and reporting on that risk. And that was a significant challenge because different data sources had different data definitions and understanding of data. And since then, it has to be said that there's been tremendous effort across industry and federal and provincial partners in order to improve the consistency and quality of reporting. But it's really in that frame of mind that we first started having discussions on what the benefits would be of exploring mortgage data standards in the Canadian mortgage industry. We believe that pursuing data standards is valuable because they contribute to market efficiency, and ultimately that leads to more affordable and reliable mortgages. In the last 3 years, we've shifted our focus away from our own mandate because clearly standards would help CMHC to think about what those systemic benefits could be and how we could build a case for mortgage data standards in Canada. I have to say, when discussing standards with industry, one of the first questions that comes up is the cost-benefit conversation. And the questions are, what are the implementation costs? How do we prioritize this work? And how can this help or benefit a mature and well-established industry? So in 2019, CMHC commissioned 3 separate studies to help build the case for data standards. The first was a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis by KPMG, really looking at the cost-benefit to industry. The second, run by Prism Economics, measured the impact that data standards have on investor confidence in mortgage-backed assets. And the third is one that was done by Actualized Consulting that actually did a review and a review of the fit of the existing standards that are in the US and MISMO and how they would apply to the Canadian market. And I have to say that the findings of these three were quite significant. The studies themselves, along with a summary report, were published in October 2020. And most notably, it was found that the implementation of mortgage data standards had the following benefits. Number one, the implementation had the potential of generating operational efficiencies of $4 billion annually to the industry. And that was at least $4 billion annually. Second, the implementation of mortgage data standards provided opportunities to accelerate digitized mortgages and adoption of new technologies like distributed ledger technology or the use of APIs. Third, that indeed adopting mortgage data standards contributed to reduced mortgage funds and mortgage funding because it did have an impact, a positive impact on investor confidence. And finally, with the adoption of mortgage data standards, it enabled advanced analytics that are used in business development, which is very beneficial to industry in particular. And although this report by itself was very compelling in terms of the case for data standards, there were some outstanding questions that we then turned our attention to in the following years. And this included where to start and how to govern. I think where to start is, it can be an overwhelming question when it comes to data standards, but we've learned a lot over the last 3 years. And I think there's some opportunities that we can share, which is that, first of all, you don't need full adoption of data standards in order for there to be benefits. Data standards provide an incremental benefit. So there are a number of smaller use cases with strong business value that require the development of standards and can show that benefit. So at CMHC, for example, we are looking to pilot a blockchain technology platform for our mortgage-backed security program. And as with any distributed ledger technology, this requires the development of standards. And we're looking to introduce the standards and actually publish them for anyone interested in this program. The second point I would make about where to start is refers back to one of the studies that I mentioned, the one that looked at the fit for the US MISMO standard to Canada. The results of that study showed that MISMO matched the Canadian data set in 68% of the cases. This represents over 6,800 data elements in the Canadian mortgage market that already map to an existing standard. When you think about how long MISMO took to evolve in the US and grow, this represents an incredible accelerator. After looking at cost benefit and where to start, the next piece that we started looking at is governance, because standards aren't just about the common data sets and the common data models. It's also about the process and the governance of those models. And there's no real way around it. The governance around data standards requires collaboration. And to help grow awareness, but also to understand what was important for industry, we held a series of workshops at the end of 2020 to go over the sort of concept and governance around data standards. The topics of these workshops were development and implementation plans around mortgage data standards, organization structure, funding models that could support data standards, and just overall direction of the industry. And there were some key messages that we heard as a result of those workshops. First, a lot of interest in built in Canada, although leveraging the existing standards such as MISMO and others out there. Number two, the importance of having dedicated staff to ensure that progress keeps going on this. People aren't working on data standards off the side of their desk. And third, that any governance body should really reflect the diversity of the industry that we have in Canada. So with this work behind us, we have a couple of immediate next steps. First, based on the work that we've done and really based on the feedback that we heard in the workshops, we're going to be releasing a recommended governance model for the Canadian mortgage industry, one aimed at facilitating industry participation and trust. And second, we're actually going to prepare an initial draft standard for the Canadian mortgage industry, and for this to act as a starting point for anyone interested in pursuing standards in Canada. At the end of all of this work, we will have produced a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis for the industry, a series of use cases that act as examples of realized benefits, a recommendation on the governance model, and an initial draft standard for the Canadian mortgage industry. And it's really our hope that all of these results will drive interest, momentum, and pave the way for the development and adoption of mortgage data standards in Canada. But for this to be a success, we need to build a coalition of the willing, who understand the benefits, who share the vision, who see the value in making the investments now required for these kinds of things. Industry, federal and provincial partners, and ultimately Canadians all stand to gain from the adoption of data standards. And really, that's why we think it's such an important part of Build Back Better. Thank you, Corey.
Thanks, Ben. Thanks for sharing the journey. And as you've clearly articulated, it's a long journey, and it does take time. But you know, I think the momentum is behind you. And I got to read the report, and that was a fantastic report. And it was the $4 billion savings really resonated. You know, really quantifying. So now I'd like to turn my attention to the international perspective on data standards. We have two expert panelists representing some international viewpoints. First, I'd like to move to David Better-Feb. He's leading the Statistical Data and Metadata Exchange modeling team that remodels the OECD's structural metadata using SDMX, an ISO standard. He's been involved in IT systems for 30 years, most of the time in official statistics. David is the chair of the SDMX Statistical Working Group and a member of Modern Stats Standards Working Group. So the question for David is, could you provide me an overview of the SDMX standard for the participants as part of this panel? And also, I was hoping that you could talk about the exciting release of SDMX 3 and some examples of how this standard is used internationally.
Okay, thank you, Corey, and thank you for the opportunity to be as part of this distinguished panel. That's really great. Thanks. Okay, so what is SDMX? So it stands for Statistical Data and Metadata Exchange. It was released in 2002 as an initiative to foster standards for the exchange of statistical information. I mean, this is really the prime use case. So there are 7 sponsor organizations of the initiative. So the BIS, ECB, Eurostat, IMF, OECD, UN, and World Bank. And in 2013, SDMX became an ISO standard, as you said. Some more on what it is. Well, it's a set of standards, including guidelines for how to code statistical data sets and some best practices on those design principles. There are also technical implementation notes for guidance on how to build and implement tools. There are also technical standards such as on the web services for standardizing querying data. So these means that all of the APIs that follow the standard, you can query data in the same way with the same kind of format of the query string. There's a metadata registry standard as well for storing and exposing SDMX structures, and an information model which everything else is built on top of. Okay, it's an information model designed for statistical exchange, and all of the standards follow it. Also in SDMX, there are many reusable tools. The vast majority are free and open source, and these range from simple connectors to be able to query SDMX data and put it into a data frame in R, to something like a full data warehouse platform, such as the SDMX native Statistical Information System .stat suite, which a number of countries have adopted. So some things which SDMX isn't really, well, it's not just a technical format. Okay, some people mistakenly think that it's an alternative to like Excel or CSV. Well, actually, SDMX has a number of technical formats. It even has a CSV format, but it's not just that. It's not tied to just a single tool. I mean, there's many tools that have been developed and adopted to work with SDMX. It's certainly not for profit. This came from the international organizations who are part of the governance of STMX. And the private sector can freely adopt it. Indeed, there's a push from the organizations to try to make this happen, to spread the use of STMX. And it's not a closed standard. So it's an ISO standard. Anyone may implement it for free. And we run regular public reviews to drive the requirements and evolutions on it. So some of the main benefits of STMX, well, it's to boost and exchange the dissemination of official statistics in a way that it can be consumed in a standard way with a limited number of tools and without having to redevelop in them. It saves money. In fact, I think that this is the main use case, really, to try to stop the constant redevelopment and reinventing the wheel, to do the same thing, but for a different domain. Okay, or for a different agency. Basically, we can share tools, you know, as long as we adopt the standard. We can reuse the statistical metadata and methodology, which has been developed. I mean, this is something that my working group is heavily involved with. It can help avoid these costly validation and fixing round trips, because validation is a first-class part of STMX. It improves quality because the STMX kind of shared code lists are built on standard classifications, which are well known and proven to be fit for purpose. And it helps build automated processing chains because of the standards and the tools. The idea is you can link them together on the statistical kind of life cycle. And it improves timeliness as well, because when you have automated workflows, you don't have to wait for someone to get into work to trigger the next part of the statistical life cycle. Okay, so that was on the benefits and what it is. So I'll talk very briefly about STMX 3, which is the next version. So the current version is 2.1, and it has been there for a number of years. So we're working on STMX 3. Some of the main things is that there will be much better support for microdata, the modeling of microdata data sets, and survey type data. Okay, so you know, don't get confused with what DDI does here. DDI goes much further on you know, modeling the surveys themselves and the variable life cycles. But STMX, you know, at least rather than just focusing on aggregated data, we can now look at exchanging survey type data. There will be geospatial support in a standard way. Semantic versioning, which is a deterministic way of versioning changes to something. I'm not going into the details, it's very complicated. The code list extensions through inheritance, this kind of improves the modeling aspects and opportunities. Improving mapping, hierarchies, API querying, reference metadata improvement and simplification. There are many fixes and simplifications. Okay, the idea is it makes STMX easier to use. And there'll be a public review this year on the STMX 3 proposal. But we've been working on STMX 3, you know, since at least 2018. So to finish with some use cases, what STMX is used a lot for is to report data from agencies to international organizations, such as national accounts. There's a global data structure definition, which standardizes the coding for national accounts, but also for balance of payments, labor statistics, education, some others. And you know, so you can use the standard coding and you can use the tools to use this use case. Also collecting STMX from another agency. This is another use case. So and again, you know, if you agree on the standard coding, you can use tools to do this. Okay, I'm not going into the details, so I think I'm running out of time. And also you can use STMX for disseminating statistics. So if you If you take the tool that gives you a STMX web service, it's an open source tool called the reference infrastructure. You can take this, connect it to your data warehouse, and like that, you have an STMX web service to disseminate your data. And that has been deployed like all over the world, this tool called the reference infrastructure. Some of the use cases briefly, you can use it to simplify and document data flows, just organize your statistical metadata, improve the governance of your data sets, structural design, exchange reference metadata, automating validation. There are many other use cases. So just to finish with, if you want to know more about STMX, especially the value proposition, I urge you to start with a document called the Business Case for STMX. It's available on stmx.org, or you can just Google for it for Business Case for STMX. And I thank Statistics Canada very much for their French translation of the business case. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. I think that was a really comprehensive overview of STMX. And I think the one piece I wanted to mention too was, you know, in the context of what we're doing here in Canada, we see more use cases for STMX, and we're advancing on those outside national statistics to, you know, facilitate the exchange of data. So, so staying with internationally, just across the border, I'd like to introduce Dan Gilman, Senior Research Scientist at the Office of Survey Methods Research at the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. He has 25 years of experience designing, developing, and implementing standards and data and metadata. He has and is guiding the adoption of DDI, which he'll be talking about today, standards at BLS and the U.S. Department of Labor. Dan, could you please provide an overview of the data documentation initiative for the participants? Also, I was hoping if you could talk about the upcoming release of the DDI-CDI standard and some examples of how this is used.
Thank you, Corey. And I also extend my pleasure at being invited to be part of this panel. So in talking about DDI, an important thing to understand is that the Data Documentation Initiative is not itself a standard. It's not a single thing. There are several standards and other products that all fall under the DDI umbrella. The work is organized under a consortium called the DDI Alliance, and several national statistical offices are members of the Alliance, along with national data archives, research data libraries, and research organizations. So when work to develop a standard, and DDI is not so much a data standard, but a metadata standard. That is the ability to describe data and describe something about the processes that brought the data to life. Back in 1995, it was being guided strongly by the research community, and for them, data were generated mostly from research activities, and so a single study or data set would be produced, and some description of that data would have to be produced along with the data so that users of the data could understand it and see some of the details about how the data were generated. And this became known as Codebook, DDI Codebook. because a code book was this compendium, if you will, that went alongside data that allowed people to look at a reference to understand what it was they were looking for. But as time went on, it became clear that the standalone approach wasn't adequate for some organizations, and in particular for statistical agencies, where they conduct multiple surveys and conduct these surveys over time on an ongoing basis. Something more complex had to be developed. So the next in the line is called DDI lifecycle. And there are two main differences between lifecycle and codebook. So what codebook does is, what lifecycle does is it takes the entire statistical lifecycle into account. So starting from planning and design, going through implementation, collection, processing, dissemination, and archiving, and being able to repeat that is a very important part of what DDI lifecycle does. But because of the repetition and the ability to look at things over time, then metadata has to be shared. It has to be reused so that you can see the commonality across what's being done, either from a particular survey over time or across surveys that address similar but maybe slightly different subjects. So DDI lifecycle looks at data from this kind of broader perspective of having a life to it, whereas codebook is, okay, the data exists, we're going to document it, and that's it. But then other problems came to light. Both DDI lifecycle and DDI codebook had a problem. They're both implemented using XML. And so the maintenance of the standards is a little bit difficult to do on an ongoing basis. Even though XML allows you to implement the standards quickly, it doesn't provide you an easy way to manage it as well. And so work was begun for a new way of doing this using a basis with UML. This was the genesis of the cross-domain integration. But as this work progressed, some members of the Alliance realized that if we could incorporate data from other sources, other than just statistical research projects or the work in statistical agencies, that there'd be more power afforded the statistical data that we described. So an effort was made to increase the capability of describing data from other domains. And so the cross-domain integration, CDI, was born. And it has been released as a draft. And the first version, 1.0, is scheduled to be released in June of this year. And it's substantially complete now. If you find a draft, you'll be able to see exactly what is going on. So the additions that cross-domain integration allow are, number one, we have a much more detailed capability of handling the processing in which data are created. We have the ability to manage data in several different structural formats, not just, say, a CSV format, but we can allow for event history data, for key value pairs, and we will also have the ability for handling multidimensional data, which is a good way to feed DDI described data to SDMX. And finally, we're able to describe an individual datum and show how it's managed across different data stores and different data structures to allow a complete description of data lakes and the more advanced ways we have of handling data these days. So as far as implementation, I can describe briefly that at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we do a survey called the Consumer Expenditure Survey, which measures household expenses on a quarterly basis. And we issue a public use microdata file on a yearly basis. And the way those files were initially described was with a 120-page PDF document that went along with each of the data releases, but this made it almost impossible to see how data could be compared over time, and especially be able to see how changes occur. So we've implemented DDI lifecycle to be able to describe the microdata, be able to handle comparisons on a yearly basis, be able to map the data as they go from the questions that are used to collect the data through a little bit of the processing. We don't allow all of that to go out to the public. A little bit of the processing to go to the final data and the structures that we have for describing those data. And there are many other implementations. Statistics Canada is using it, other statistical agencies, and data archives around the world. And DDI codebook is also used broadly. There's the International Household Survey Network managed by the World Bank that uses DDI codebook throughout the developing world. So with that, I'll end. That's a lot, but I hope that generates some questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. No, really interesting, and I know us at Statistics Canada are really interested in the new release and sort of those capabilities that you talked about. So next, I'm going to shift our focus to the internal government point of view with two representatives from TBS. So we're so lucky that we don't get just one, but we're getting two perspectives, which is fantastic. So I'm pleased to introduce first Benoit Dehaye, Acting Director of Data and Artificial Intelligence at Treasury Board of Secretariat. His team is supporting departments in the CIO in meeting their obligations for the open and strategic management of information and data under the Policy on Service and Digital. The second representative is Meline Nearing-Hunter, Director of Information Management, Policy and Horizontal Engagement in the Office of the Chief Information Officer at TBS. Meline joined TBS in 2017, where she's currently leading efforts to advance and involve information and data management in the Government of Canada in support of a modern and digital government. So I was hoping that our colleagues from Treasury Board Secretary could share with the audience the work that's taking place in the Government of Canada to advance development, management, and use of data and metadata standards, how the participants can be informed and participate in this work, And how does this fit in the broader Canadian data context beyond the Government of Canada?
Hey, thank you, Corey. If it's okay with Millie, and I'll start. So first of all, I want to say thank you for providing us the opportunity to share the work, but also the work of our colleagues across the GC, because we're not doing this alone. The consistent use of data standards can improve data interoperability and quality. Others have mentioned, saving money. I think also in the GC context, it's about enabling new capacity and delivering better service, right? And that will be done because standards make it easier to share and reuse data, and it augments our ability to use the data to inform decisions, streamline operations. Our group within TBS has been working with federal colleagues to establish the foundational elements needed to develop, to manage, and to adopt data standards in the GC. It's a long journey, so we're not doing this alone. There's a lot of working groups led by other departments such as Statistics Canada, and they're really key in this work. So we're organizing all this work into 3 work streams. The first one is a development for a framework for enterprise-wide data governance. The second is the creation of a protocol for the development and adoption and management of data standards. And the last is looking at our policy. We have the policy on service and digital, but we want to see if there's gaps in that would need to be addressed. So the governance framework, the protocol for developing data standards, the guiding principles supporting all of that will be the foundation for decision-making on data issues. Together, we hope that all of this will create a conduit for departments so that they can bring forward elements that need standardization. Our preferred approach when we look at data standardization, and that's encoded in our guiding principles, is to reuse existing standards. And we would only adapt them for the GC if it's required. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. You've asked how people can participate in this work. So all of the work is done under the GC Enterprise Data Community of Practice. We call it the EDCOP. We have a kiosk. So if you go back to the front of this conference, it's called Data in Digital Government. I encourage you to go there and you'll find links to the EDCOP to join. So quickly, some of the working groups. There's the Data Quality Working Group, delivering a framework for data quality. Data Architecture Working Group, right now focusing on data models, initial focus on person and organization profile. The Reference Data Management Working Group, working on reference data standards, and the Data Governance Working Group that's supporting us with the establishment of the data governance framework. There's other groups as well, so please go check out the kiosk. There's more details there. And anyone that's interested in those topics and would want to join, they're encouraged to do so via the EDCOP. We generally meet monthly, so it's a fantastic opportunity to contribute and have an impact beyond your immediate department. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Meline. Yeah.
So thanks, Corey, for having us here today. Benoit and I do work very closely together, but my area of focus is really on information management policy in the Government of Canada. So I'll just give you a little bit of information around what we've been doing in the IM policy space, and that includes some areas related to metadata. So last summer, my team and I at Treasury Board Secretariat, Office of the Chief Information Officer, launched an information management policy review and refresh exercise. So it really was to look at all of the IM policy, legacy IM policy instruments under the new policy on service and digital. So the intent is really to assess whether they continue to be relevant and identify potential policy gaps in information and data management. So we started really with two standards, the standard on electronic document and records management solution and a standard on email management. So the review was really informed by a very broad environmental scan across many jurisdictions, both nationally and internationally, and also with a vast consultation with the information management community in government, as well as key stakeholder departments. So among some of those findings are that the current standards do not adequately address all forms of digital records, that we really do not define outcomes beyond record keeping, which while it is important, we don't cover things like knowledge and data management and collaboration. The life cycle of information and data is not carefully considered, which I think is really of critical importance with respect to the consistent use of information and data to improve interoperability and data quality. So finally, detailed functional requirements really do limit options for departments and agencies. So there's loads of opportunities for the IM function to evolve its practices to be more modern and think of themselves in digital ways. And we really do see a great opportunity to collaborate and integrate with the data domain and community. So for an example, the IM function in government today plays an important role in supporting the development and implementation of standards and some of the standards that you referred to today, and in managing data sets through their life cycle. While our focus is really on this initial standard, we do know that metadata is very important part of the discussion in identifying, authenticating, and contextualizing information and data assets. And we recognize the current standard on metadata that exists today in government will require a significant review to reflect the critical role of standardized metadata in improving the GC's awareness of its information and data assets. So as Benoit has said, we do look to existing standards wherever possible to inform our work. We do encourage adaptation or adoption rather than, as he said, reinventing the wheel. So our teams together will collaborate with the IM data communities as we move this work forward. And as Benoit said, there's the kiosk has information both on data and information management. So I do encourage you all to check it out. There's also an IM toolkit on GCpedia where there'll be lots of information around the policy review, the new standard as we put it into play. And for those of you outside of the Government of Canada, feel free to reach out to me directly. Thanks again, Corey.
Thanks a lot, Millian and Benoit, for sharing the great work. And I agree. I'm going to echo your statements around. Data is a team game. And I really think, the leadership and working together, that's really how we get to where we need to go as the GOC. So we do have a couple questions for the panelists. So we're going to start with the first question that is posted up here. And it's from the audience member, is data sources and uses are evolving at a rapid pace and massive scale. And are data standards keeping up with the speed and level of change?
Sorry, Corey, is this a question for me?
I'll let Ben go first.
Oh yeah, please.
I'm sure we all wanted to jump in. We were saying on the side chat, lots of passion around data standards, which is perhaps very unique for this group. Standards can evolve. It is a struggle, absolutely, but that's where you sort of rely on the governance and the governance bodies. A lot of the standards themselves have versioning, which allow for that sort of adaptability. But this is one of the reasons why, we've talked a lot about value of industry-led versus legislative is precisely because of the speed and agility of change. And it's really about that benefit that you're constantly trying to put first. So standards it's really about how you set it up, would be my short answer. And I'm sure others have views.
Thanks, Ben, for sharing. I think Benoit wanted to say a couple of words.
Sure, the two Bens, right? I think it's quite right. Like the data is exploding right now. The data sets are exploding. We have new data points. So how do we keep up with that? I think, data standards can't ever be seen as, fixed in time. It needs to be an ongoing discussion and ongoing effort. So whenever there's a new collection that takes place, we need the stakeholders to get together and consider what is the end user of that. I think too often we collect data and we submit it without thinking about the poor person that has to take these 10 data sets and put them together, combine them. So that can be a good way to do this, is whenever there's data sharing across departments or across organizations, get those people together, understand how the data will need to be combined, what standards are needed to support that, so that everybody knows the expectation. I think too often the lack of standardization is due to, well, not that discussion not taking place, essentially. People are not aware of the need of the person receiving it. So I would start there.
Thanks a lot, Benoit. So I'm just going to do a reminder to if the participants would like to ask a question, you can go to WooClap. The code is data1901, and we will be able to potentially answer your question. So I'd like to call on David next.
Okay, so yeah, on the speed of adoption or evolution of the standards, I'd just like to say that there is a working group at the UNECE called the what is it? The Modern Stats Working Group, and they look at you know, the evolution or the development of standards for modern statistics. So models like the GSBPM, the Generic Statistical Business Process Model, and there's some others, I won't go into them all, but they've been developed, you know, under the auspices of the UNEC and this group. So they are. And they come under this kind of high-level group, which is some kind of chief statisticians. So they look at you know, what standards are required to improve you know, official statistics.
Thanks, David. Now I'll turn it over to Dan if he wanted to say a couple words about the standards keeping pace of the ever-increasing change.
Yeah, so there is a lot of data out there. And the main problem from my perspective is it's not getting adequately described. So even though there are a lot of new sources and data are being produced in many new ways, data are data. And some of the ways that we have of describing them don't really change that much over time. Some ways do change, and DDI is reflective of this because there are new things that have to happen, but the kind of the fundamental way of saying, well, this is what we mean by this variable, that hasn't changed very much over the years. David mentioned the work at UNECE. I've been involved in some of that development as well. And there are a lot of similarities between what's going on there and what's going on in DDI, and there's similarities with SDMX. So there's some basic things that are the same, and we need to apply them because otherwise it's just a Tower of Babel, and we need to make sense of it all.
Thanks, Dan. I agree with your sentiments. Is you know, there is, you know, data is coming from everywhere now, and it's sort of how do we come up with those strategies to wrangle the data and come up and describe that data so it can be used in other places, because I think that's the thing that we're seeing is you know, these data standards can facilitate this conversation. So we have a couple minutes left. I'm going to move on to one more question for the panelists. So the question that I have is, I'd like the panelists' thoughts on some of the biggest impediments to overall adoption. And what do you consider as some of the key strategies to come over these impediments? And I'll call on Ben first.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. Some of the impediments that we've seen up front is just getting past that initial investment cost that's required, and a general sort of fear that move towards standards is a move towards standardizing, in particular with you know, large industries, complex data architecture, legacy systems, this can be very intimidating. And so some of the key strategies is about, what is the problem you're trying to solve with standards, making sure that there's real benefit and everyone's agreed on that benefit and working towards it. And two, that approach can be incremental, and that if you define your use case with enough business value, that goes right past that conversation and you can start moving towards it. And it becomes iterative and it becomes a way of working. And these are some key impediments, but there's also that breadth, right? And the collaboration that's required. It takes time. And that's a challenge. And that's just about really strong communication and maybe a strong role for industry and for individual partners to take a lead there too.
You're on mute, Corey.
Thanks. So I think Benoit had some comments around this question, so I'll hand it off to you next.
Sure. So I think, ways to, as Ben mentioned, there's costs and time required to do this. So how can we overcome that and, do that investment? I think it's important to focus on areas that will demonstrate value, to the government. I'm speaking in the TBS case, to the government, but also in the clients that we serve. Earlier, Ben mentioned, $4 billion of savings to the economy. That's massive, right? And so that's really the approach I would take to this. To get started is focus on the areas where the data interoperability would be most valued. And for us, what we've identified is really data sharing between departments and publication to the open government portal as well to bring value to the users of this. And it's also why we're prioritizing the model on person and organization right now in our efforts that can really help improve service delivery to Canadians. So that's really easy to demonstrate the benefits there. So that's where I would focus on areas that will bring value.
Thanks, Benoit. So I'll let David weigh into this question too. Next.
Okay, so one of the barriers, well, I'm talking about SDMX, but maybe this applies to some other standards as well, is complexity. SDMX is seen as by a lot of people as very, very complex, but actually most of the people who use SDMX and can benefit from it don't need to know most of the SDMX standard. Okay, it can be hidden away with tools and things like that. So I mean, when I started in SDMX, I mean, there were no kind of guidelines, there were no connectors or converters or anything like that, and I was dropped into the deep end, and yeah, that was complex. But now there's all kinds of business cases, guidelines about how to do this, all these tools that you can take, which are connectors and converters, basically, so you can put SDMX into your favorite tool. It can convert between different formats, all kinds of things. So you just don't need to understand the complexity of the SDMX information model. I guess, the same as for other standards. So, and just to say one thing, the SDMX Global Conference is this year, where, of course, you can learn a lot more about the standard. So, yeah, that's it. Thanks.
If I can, Corey, one more impediment I'd like to mention is when the standards for a specific area are proprietary. If people need to pay to get access to standards, that can be a big impediment. So as much as possible, we should try to prioritize open standards where they're easy to find, easy to access, that can really help drive up their adoption.
Thanks, Benoit. I totally agree. So I think we have time for one more question, and the question just came from the audience. Is there a GC repository for data standards, or is there a list of definitive data sources, definitive source of data, controlled vocabulary across the federal government? So Dan, did you want to respond to that question? Or
I was hoping to be able to respond to question one,
okay,
which was the question about impediments.
Sure, go ahead.
And so one of the things that I constantly find in the work I've done in national statistical offices, where we produce a lot of data, and I think it's the responsibility of the data producer to be able to describe the data. It's always done after the fact, so it's seen as too expensive, too time consuming, we don't have the resources, blah, blah, blah. And so one of the ways to get past this is to convince upper management to say this has got to be done. Because without upper management support, a sea change in the way that operations occur just can't happen. You can get a few projects done, but they're uncoordinated and not very extensive. And one last thing, I was at a DDI conference several years ago. There's a guy, Chuck Humphrey, who used to work at the University of Alberta. And I was mentioning this about trying to get upper management to convince them to go along with these changes. And he said, I know how to do that. Convince them it's their idea. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I totally agree that you need that management support and sort of that vision of moving these forward. But I'll say, you know, especially with some of the tangible things that Ben talked about today, you know, the cost savings, to me, that's part of the value proposition. Obviously, there's the interoperability, there's a lot. I think as time goes on and as the standards that exist out there mature, you know, the value proposition becomes very, very strong. So we do have just a couple more minutes. So I think the question is around, is there a GC repository for data standards? And I'll let Benoit take this question.
Sure, Corey, and perhaps after Milene may want to chime in as well. But from my perspective, that's something we'd like to tackle in the sense that the answer to that today is no, unfortunately. There's no repository of data standards. But we realize as part of the work we're doing with the EdCop and a framework for data governance and the establishment of data standards, we'll need a place to collect all of them together. We're looking at several alternatives. For example, we've looked, can the Open Government Portal play that role? And there's new developments that's being done on that platform that could really be interesting. At the same time, we're exploring with Statistics Canada, which has really robust reference data management in place. So could we partner up perhaps to leverage some of that for the whole of GC? So not sure, Corey, if you want to say a few words on that, or we can turn it to Milene maybe for her perspective as well.
Yeah, so
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, Corey. I was just going to say that in terms of the repository, Benoit is correct. But I would add that as part of the policy instrument architecture under the Policy on Service and Digital, all of these standards that are formal standards do sit under those policy instruments. And as I spoke to today, the standard on metadata, which we will be updating, would be one of them. The standard on geospatial data. So there are standards that fall underneath that policy suite. So that is in sense, one sense a repository. But I do agree with Benoit that there needs to be a more formalized repository where these instruments that are maybe non-mandatory instruments reside. So I'll turn it over to you, Corey, to add on to that.
Yeah, and I think, this is a really great conversation, and even with our own context that Statistics Canada is, some of this reference data or classifications are becoming more and more, I would say, valuable in this data space. And you can really link that to some of the, you talk about the data science work, and, being able to code data to standard classifications to drive some of those horizontal stories that we're always talking about. So I think this is a story that we have to, take action on. So On behalf of the audience and the Data Conference 2021, I'd like to thank the panelists. I think this is as a very passionate group talking about data standards here, and sharing their experiences. So I really appreciate, this is very timely, exciting. So thank you, Ben, David, Dan, Benoit, Meline, for being part of this group. I'd like to personally thank the Data Conference and the team that worked on this panel. It was really, really seamless. In closing, this 1 hour discussion is really just scratching the surface. So there was a lot of discussion about how you can find other interesting material out there. So I would implore people to go, search the internet on these different topics that we've talked today. We've heard from international guests on the great work that's happening in this space can inspire our journey. So I really think some of the work can really inspire what we're doing. We've heard about the tangible use case around the mortgage data standard and the business outcomes. We've heard the work that's taking place as the GOC, the Enterprise Community Data Practice, and the working group, so really concrete actions that are taking there. I'm hoping that this conversation has shed the light on opportunities that exist in this space and a catalyst for further conversations, and I'll say concrete actions. So how do we, take concrete action? So I think one of the terms that we like to use is standards in action. So it's the idea of leveraging standards, foundations to tackle some of these concrete problems. Taking action is essential. But I wanted to come back to this, is standards and data is a team sport. We all have to work together, one GC. We can't do this alone, and we need the community to participate. So, and finally, thank you to the participants for joining us for this conversation. And now it's time for a little break, and I invite the participants to connect to the virtual expo, and please log on to the next session entitled Data Literacy Matters that will start at 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you, Enrico. I hope everyone's enjoyed the conference. I've had a great time, heard about a lot of really interesting things, data linking, data ethics, also about policies, data policies, but also data practices and some demos. But for sure, as Liz and Enrico said, one recurring theme is data literacy. And so that's what this session is about. We have saved the best for last. We hope you enjoy this, this session. So as Liz mentioned, we will be using WooClap for this Q&A session. So if you could please go to www.wooclap.com. So www.wooclap.com, you should be able to see that on your screen. And the code for this session is DATADIS, DATADIS. So that'll be the code that we'll use for Q&A. So please log into WooClap and enter that code. And maybe to get us started, let's do something with WooClap. So one of the features is to build a word cloud. So we're going to put a question out on WooClap, and we're going to ask each of you to enter your response. So the question is, in one word, what data knowledge or skill do you plan to cultivate in the coming months? So that could be for yourself or for your team, but what is the data knowledge or skill that you plan to cultivate in the coming months? So let's see if we can get some responses there. So I know it's Friday afternoon, but please log into WooClap at DataDis and enter one word for data literacy skills and knowledge that you want to cultivate in the coming months. I like how visualization is very visual here. Interesting. Data analytics, excellent. We heard a lot about that today. Also storytelling, which is linked to both visualization and Power BI. Great to see linkages up there. We heard StatsCan and others talk about the power of data linking. Privacy, awareness, standards, fantastic. Great, well, that is a great word cloud. Thank you for your entries. Some great concepts up there for everyone to check out. So as was mentioned, this is a conference on data, and this is the session on data literacy. So the question is, well, what is a data literate public servant? And I think the definition, at least our working definition, could be
one who understands what data exists and how to apply it to solve the problems of government. That means that literacy and data literacy is more about just knowledge. It's about comprehension, and it's about application of that to real world problems. And for sure, data literacy exists along a continuum. We've got at one end basic comprehension and understanding of how data works and different data sources, up to advanced techniques for working with data literacy requirements, and also data science, which might be really considered the height of data literacy. And for sure, our data literacies are different, and they apply to different situations and different people. So for this panel, we want to discuss a few things. Firstly, how do we support you, public servants, to improve your data literacy, as well as the data literacy of your organizations? Secondly, what are some strategies that we can pursue to raise data literacy across the government? And finally, for all of those of you that are here today, how do you translate intentions and strategies and ideas about data literacy that you might get around this conference and this session into action? So how do you translate data literacy concepts into data literacy actions? We've got a fantastic panel. We've got Jane Crofts, who's the founder and CEO of Data to the People. We have Taiki Sarantakis, who is the president of the Canada School of Public Service. We have Yvonne Clermont, a Director General at Statistics Canada, and Umit Kiziltan, who is the Chief Data Officer at the Department of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship Canada. So let's start off with Jane, who is joining us from Melbourne, Australia. Thank you, Jane, for joining us. And I'll just give you and everyone a chance to say a little bit about their perspectives on data literacy and to introduce the topic for us. Over to you, Jane.
Thank you, Neil, and thank you for the opportunity to join you all today. I'm very much looking forward to this panel discussion. I'm sure everyone here agrees that data is increasingly shaping everything we see, think and do. And across the world, we're seeing entirely new businesses and business functions emerge, all born of data, and new opportunities, new applications. In the public sector, we are unleashing new programs and policies to respond to not only these unprecedented times, but also our changing population, changing environment and changing politics. Data-driven policy and processes, experiences and decisions, data is increasingly becoming the core of everything we do. And what an exciting time to be alive, seriously. I mean, how lucky are we to be standing at the doorstep at this time of unprecedented opportunity, but also what a burden to bear. That the fate of our communities and our organisations is tied to our ability to harness these advancements. Organisations around the world are increasingly on a path to democratise data, to make data freely available to everyone within the organisation. But we need to be able to understand the data. We need a way to unlock its value. Our global data literacy benchmark study, the first of which was released last year, found less than 10% of employees were confident enough in their own abilities that they could assist their colleagues to read, write and comprehend data. That's not too bad, is it? 10% of the organisation can take care of the data. They can do the data sciencey stuff. They can wrangle and muster and crunch the numbers and give us the insight. Well, that 10% can answer all of the problems that the rest of the business defines, a perfect partnership. But what happens when we don't, or rather we can't, understand each other? What happens when we can't be sure that our message is being interpreted correctly? Does it even matter? Why can't we just set the 10% off on their data-related tasks and let the rest of the business keep going with their own non-data related activities, just like we always have? What would be the cost of the translation errors that will certainly come if the majority of our workforce is talking a different language to the 10% driving the data? What would be the consequence if 90% of your workforce was left out of the conversation when models were being finalised to inform the next big policy? Yes, the 10% who can help others read, write and comprehend data, they have the key to the wonders that lay before us. They can analyse and investigate and extrapolate and find patterns and clusters. but the rest of the organisation has incredible value to bring to the table too. Decades of experience, richness, colour that gives life to the models and metrics produced by the 10%. All our efforts in artificial intelligence, machine learning, business intelligence, performance metrics, aren't these somewhat biased or perhaps half-baked if they're not delivered with the context and diversity that comes from the perspective and influence of many, not just the 10%? Imagine how incredibly powerful our policies, programs, services and strategies could be if we could somehow meld together these two groups. And what a novel idea that would be, using the whole organisation's knowledge and expertise. When we started our work 4 years ago, the concept of data literacy was only really emerging into the mainstream conversation. There was no agreed definition, no agreed standards. So to fill this void and break down a topic that was confusing to many and abstract to most, we built the world's first evidence-based data literacy competency framework, which builds on the 23 functions identified in research stemming from Dalhousie University. Our framework, Databilities, has now been adopted by public and private sector organisations across the globe as the foundation of their efforts to measure, map and develop data literacy across their organisation. For some time now, we've been working very closely with our friends at Statistics Canada, specifically Claudia Saint-Martin and her team, to make the Databilities assessment tools available to the Canadian Public Service, creating an opportunity to compare and contrast results across agencies and departments, and to inform the development of the appropriate supports for the Government of Canada. I've been fortunate enough to be part of working group discussions with representatives from StatsCan, Canadian School of Public Service, ICED, ESDC, Global Affairs, Privy Council, amongst others, to inform the development of what we've colloquially termed Databilities 2.0, which includes competencies around data culture, data ethics and data stewardship, and importantly now aligns to the Government of Canada Data Competency Framework to provide consistency with the work being undertaken by the Canadian School of Public Service. We have more recently been working with the Department of National Defence and Canadian Armed Forces, specifically Major Kim Jones and her team, to create an enhanced tool that looks to incorporate a range of objective measures to complement the subjective nature of the original Databilities assessment tool. It has been and continues to be my pleasure and an honour to be working with such a dedicated, passionate group of individuals who continue to work tirelessly to create and nurture data literacy across the Government of Canada. I will say that the Canadian Public Service is proving itself to be a leader in this field, certainly the most active of the countries who have made public statements about their intentions to develop data literacy competencies within their workforce. The United States, United Kingdom, Germany have all released ambitious data strategies with varying levels of commitment to first understanding the data literacy challenges they face, but then looking to address those. What we're seeing across these and other nations, such as Australia, New Zealand, Netherlands, Spain, Finland, is a focus on training programs and resources supported by communities of practice and learning hubs. And whilst these are valiant efforts to address this shared problem, I would challenge this approach by asking, how do you know what training and resources are required and for which of our teams? Do we offer the same materials to the whole organisation, or are we delivering targeted, relevant supports to the right people at the right time? Or worse, are we only providing these supports to those in our traditional data roles, the 10%? By measuring data literacy at an individual level, we can start to see a clear map of the current abilities of different teams, departments, regions of our business. We can also identify competencies that might be stronger in some groups, competencies that require consistent development across all groups, and competencies that we're already excelling at. Once we've identified these competencies for groups or regions that could benefit from some attention, then it's time to set about bringing about the right resources and methods to build those skills. What that looks like will vary depending on the specific competency group or region, but there is one constant I would urge you to employ. Data literacy will not flourish in classrooms and lecture halls. Data literacy needs to be nurtured, practiced, and explored in day-to-day activities and pursuits. We need to create environments for the constant and consistent opportunity to practice, 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 stumble, triumph, fall. That's how we will learn to communicate in this new language. Yes, building and nurturing data literacy across entire organisations is going to take a bit of work, but we've done it before and we do it every day, just in a different language. I have a 9-year-old son, and when he was born, my husband and I were surprised to find that he couldn't read or write or even talk for that matter. And despite being born into a fluent English-speaking household, our newborn son had no way to read, write or comprehend the English language. And rather than enrolling our newborn at one of Australia's leading universities to study English literature, we talked to him, we sang to him, read to him, played alongside him, and gradually he learnt to talk. When it came time for him to learn how to read and write, yes, he was in kindergarten or a classroom environment, but he was also immersed in picture books, puzzles, posters, street signs, YouTube for kids. They were all part of his daily activity. Letters and words were all around him. He was entirely immersed in language. Words were everywhere. There was no escape. Now, I'm in no way suggesting that our organisations are staffed by babbling toddlers, but I am suggesting we have done this before. Think about the exchange students who spend months living overseas and how rapid their adoption of a foreign language is. It's the same principle. Immersion, this constant and consistent immersion, whilst uncomfortable at times, is certainly the most effective and efficient means to an end. Immerse your people, all of your people, in a data-driven culture, and their data literacy will thrive.
Amazing, Jane. What great messages for all of us. Thank you so much for those remarks. I can't wait to engage in Q&A. And that's a great segue to Tyche Sarantakis, President of the Canada School of Public Service. Over to you, Tyche.
Well, thank you, Neil. First, thank you for your kind invitation to be on this panel, which I really accept warmly, because it's just wonderful to be able to sit and talk about something that I'm passionate about, which is data. Second, I'd also like to thank you for having me speak after the smartest person on the panel. That's always a very, very good position to put somebody in, so I really appreciate that. So listen, you asked the fundamental question, which is, what is data literacy? And just to kind of echo what Jane said at the end, if you had to ask me what is data literacy, to kind of answer it directly, and what does that mean for the public service, I think I would answer it that there will come a time, and I don't know when that time is, but there will come a time where the qualifier before literacy won't matter. That is to say that you won't be a literate public servant if you are not a literate public servant in data. And I know that sounds potentially hyperbolic, but I don't think so. If you kind of project where the world is going, these things are rapidly leading to data. And a lot of the things that we think we know today, a lot of the solutions that we propose to know, a lot of our sophistication in our models, some of that sophistication, a not insignificant amount of that sophistication, is really just kind of stylized anecdote. And more, we are substituting stylized anecdote for data. And that will be for the good of Canada and for the good of Canadians. So listen, I wanna say 3 quick things in kind of like the few moments that are afforded to me here at the beginning. The first is I wanna say thank you. I wanna say thank you to the audience, because we are approaching or have touched about 6,000 people during the course of this conference. And just a few short years ago, if somebody were to say, you know, what would be the metric of the number of people in terms of the public service attending a conference on data, I think the metric would have been in the handful of dozens, not in the thousands. So thank you. The fact that you're here means that you're either getting it, you've got it, or you're interested enough to start moving forward towards getting this. The second thing I want to say is, the flip side of that is I want to give you a bit of a warning. especially for those of you that are younger, you will not be good at your job in the government of Canada going forward at some point if you are not good in data. And I don't care what your job is or will be in the government of Canada, whether that's a policy person, a program person, an HR official, a food inspector, a health regulator, a frontline worker at Service Canada, an administrative assistant, or a deputy minister. If you are not data literate, you will not be good at your job. And in some cases, that's already true today. And we just don't know it. And then the third thing I want to say is I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you to make your little corner of the government of Canada a little bit more data literate. Make it a little bit more data infused. Make it a little more data driven. If each of you today who have joined us for this conference just think that way, just your little corner. You don't have to fix everything. You don't have to fix every issue in government. You don't have to kind of throw your hands up and go, oh, what's the point? It's too much. It's too overwhelming. We'll never fix all this. Fix your little corner. And even if you can't fix your little corner, make it just a little bit better so that the next person that comes after you can make it even a little bit better after that. So those are my kind of opening thoughts, Neil.
Fantastic. Thank you, Taiki. A great data literacy imperative and call to action for each one of us. Yvonne, this must be music to your ears. Let's turn it over to you at Statistics Canada.
Yes, it is. It is. Thank you, Neil, and thank you, my colleagues here on the panel. It's really an honor to be accompanied by such distinguished guests here this afternoon, and because each of them represent very unique and valuable partners in advancing data literacy in the government of Canada. And well, what I'd like to do today is share with you a few words from where StatsCan stands in terms of data literacy. Why is it that we're in that space, where we come from, and what we're doing at this moment? I could have a long enumeration or a long list of things we're doing, but just to focus on a few initiatives we're working on right now. And I think as well, I'd like to share with you a bit what we'd like to be heading to in a near future in the area of data literacy with all of our partners here. D'abord, j'aimerais débuter par faire une courte genèse, très courte genèse, de notre implication dans le domaine de la littératie des données. Définitivement, il existe un lien indéniable entre le mandat de Statistique Canada comme agence qui trempe dans les données et notre implication dans le domaine. Au fil du temps, on a joué un rôle grandissant dans la littératie des données. En fait, si je peux me permettre, on œuvrait dans le domaine de la littératie des données avant même que le terme soit inventé ou qu'on érige le concept en cadre conceptuel. C'est l'essence même de notre travail. Depuis plusieurs années, on a augmenté l'offre de formation à différents intervenants au niveau d'ateliers, des formations spécialisées, des conférences. On mène aussi des webinaires de façon un peu plus récente sur une vaste gamme de sujets. On a aussi développé au fil des ans plusieurs documents et cadres conceptuels qui ont fait école, non seulement dans la communauté des données, mais aussi à l'international, comme par exemple le fameux cadre d'assurance de la qualité qui est utilisé par de nombreuses agences statistiques dans le monde. Je vous inviterai à consulter le catalogue de l'Institut de formation de Statistique Canada dans le lien qui sera envoyé aux participants à l'enquête, pas l'enquête, mais c'est une déformation professionnelle, mais au panel actuellement parce que ça témoigne de la vaste gamme de produits de formation qui existent présentement. So, enough of advertisement now. I think it's I'd like to tell you a bit about the projects we're being involved in at this point. So what is it we're doing to support data literacy training in the government at this point? Many have stated in the past that there's a need to increase data literacy among public servants in the government of Canada, and Taiki referred to that just now. And there was a report tabled to the clerk 2 years ago just on that. And the report stated very precisely We need to ensure that the government has the talent and capacity needed to manage, interpret, use, and understand data. This is key. So in supporting this goal, we've been working with the school and with other partners at the federal level to understand what are the needs and further develop data literacy training. So we recently launched the Data Literacy Training Initiative last September, and following these efforts. And this initiative is open not only to public servants, but also to people outside of the government. The goal here is to provide people with information on the basic concept and skills with regard to a range of data literacy topics. So far, we have had 16,000 visitors since the launch, and that's only 4 months old. So as part of this initiative, we released a series of short videos on a range of data topics, following the data journey, and which takes learners from data collection, cleaning, analysis, storytelling, visualization. And all these videos are available on their learning catalog. You can check for yourself, and the link will be providing you. And we're still populating those with new videos on new topics. So this is what we intend to do in the near future. More recently, with the pandemic, though, we turned out to do a little bit more short 60 minutes information session online. And again, these cover a wide variety of topics, such as playing with graphs, some statistical concepts, and everything. So beside this, what have we done to advance data literacy measurement and the culture of the Government of Canada? So we conducted, first of all, a scan and provided an overview of existing various definitions of competency frameworks on data literacy. So this is how we discovered Databilities and started our cooperation with Jane here. And so together with the school and Jane, we conducted a first pilot in last year with StatScan employee to test the Datability tools and assess the feasibility of using that tool to measure literacy in the Government of Canada. I can tell you this was a success. It worked very well. And I think now the pilot is going in with other departments. Since then, we've been working with Jane and our partners to develop an expanded version of Databilities right now, which is going to go and adding new competencies like data culture, data stewardship, and data ethics, which is absolutely essential these days. And we'll continue to work with the school and others to advance data literacy training in the government. So this is just a beginning. I hope it is. So where are we going now, or where we would like to go? I think a key role we'd like to continue playing here is to work with specific communities. Like we have the policy communities, we have the data community in various departments, and we'd like to develop context-specific data literacy training and move beyond just the basic generic data concept and see data in a specific context. We think it's very important. And we were thinking like breathing and being immersed into data literacy is the best way to do it. I think for us, where maybe it's the opposite, where maybe 90% data literate, if we can claim, because this is our work, but we need to get out and speak to other people in the policy people and work with them to determine how we can help policy people achieve their goals. So we've started to develop customized course and help learners understand and interpret data related to their program. We have a recent example with Justice Data, and we help them in a specific session on how to interpret data on the Me Too movement. That was a very interesting endeavor. And also with TBS, we've begun developing a lecture series to help using data in program evaluation. I hope this one is going to be very popular. So our collaboration are with a range of departments for collection and analysis of data is also in another way of exchanging and learning and advance the use of data in policymaking. The collaboration we have with IRCC is a very good example of that. So if I can end on 3 key messages here, I would like to summarize it this way: is first, I think we collectively here on this panel, and certainly among the people participating to this panel or this session today, we have an interesting track record to help advance the notion of data literacy in the government and beyond. I think as well that we're here to help, and we need your help too, if you'd like to work, so we to advance data literacy a few steps further. And finally, we have to realize the importance of developing a data culture and consider the necessity of data right at the outset of any program of policy development. It's good for your organization, it's good for you, it's good for the initiatives you're putting in place, and first of all, it's good for Canadians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yvon, for those words. It's great to see all of the resources that StatCan has available for all of us to access working with partners. Absolutely fantastic. Now, Umit, we've heard from the leaders at IRCC, and after all, IRCC is co-hosting this conference. We know you guys take data seriously. It'd be great to hear from you about your perspective on data literacy. Over to you, Umit.
Well, thank you very much, Neil. Thanks, everyone. Many thanks to the audience. As you notice, maybe we don't have titles for our little presentations, but if I had one title for my brief presentation, it would be something like Data Mindfulness Isn't Difficult. We just need to remember to do it, which in French sounds even more sophisticated. La pleine conscience des données n'est pas difficile. Nous devons juste nous souvenir de le faire. Bon après-midi, c'est un grand honneur de faire partie de ce panel avec un sujet si incontestable, je dirais. Après tout, qui peut être contre l'alphabétisation, n'est-ce pas? L'alphabétisation est de toute nature, y compris la maîtrise des données. I'll share today with you, however, a slightly tangential perspective on data literacy in order to draw a more balanced and complete picture so we can better situate data literacy, which obviously I fully embrace. It's part of our data strategy and whatnot, but literacy in general obviously is the ability to identify, understand, interpret printed written materials. So we borrow the concept, and in fact, one library system I saw in the States, they promote 7 literacies: basic, early, civic literacy, digital literacy, financial literacy, legal literacy. There's all kinds of literacies out there. And similarly, data literacy, at least to the degree I understand, is that it's an ability, skill-based competencies. We heard from all our colleagues. So it's the ability to drive meaningful information from data, let's say. And of course, I love that 2.0 business. Jane, you mentioned, it's going ethics, and that's coming closer to my mindfulness concept. I'll explain that. So data literacy is part of our data strategy. It's very important. We know that. In fact, data fluency is even better, I would say. Why just stay literate? Be fully fluent in that. And I think that's the spectrum idea. Among my colleagues, for example, there are many who are fully fluent in data literacy. There is one guy, I'm going to name some names, like there is Wasim El-Kas. He's one of our gurus in IRCC of AI. He leads the AI. There is Jining Chi, he's the assistant director in our branch. He takes care of statistical reporting. Nadia Khan, she takes care of data release and all that. I would never become as data literate as them. I know that for a fact, given my age and everything else, but although I love data, I won't be them. However, we can all be more mindful of data, and that's what I want to understand. Even if we don't, and I will give you my angle on that, what I mean by that, and build also organizational cultures that are more mindful of data. So that's where the concept of data mindfulness that I'd like to play with a little bit. With your permission, the audience, so they actually ground better and contextualize data literacy. So in this sense, to give you a hint, being mindful of data for me, and in general, as I watch my colleagues, is more akin to being like a full-time data steward. That's the kind of where it gets closer. And that we all can be data stewards, and we have heard during the conference that, in fact, we should be. And as we know and have heard since yesterday, we can all become data stewards. So what is mindfulness? Mindfulness, generally speaking, I'm not an expert in mindfulness, but at least the core concept is that a type of meditation where you are focusing and being intensely aware. And that's the awareness that is at the core of the mindfulness. Right? You are aware and you keep going there again and again and again. It doesn't happen only once. And this is very important. So in this respect, I see data for mindfulness as active awareness of three ways we relate to data. And just bear with me because I'm not talking about skills. I'm not talking about using data. I'm talking about being aware of data. And what am I saying? And what are these three dimensions? And again, I'm taking this from basically from my own experiences in IRCC. And these awareness dimensions are, number one is the awareness about the potential of data. You don't have to even know how to use data, but if you are aware of the potential of data for you, for what you do, especially as a public servant, you've already made it. And I think exactly what Taki's point, in my opinion, I don't think anybody should be walking around in public service, it's going to sound too harsh, without knowing the potential of data as it touches their own business line. The second one is we need to be aware of the impact that we create on data. Now, this is different. I'm not talking about impact of data, but our impact on data. Basically, how can we mess it up? And we need to have that awareness. And I will open these in a few minutes, not too long time. And then, of course, the third one, and this is going to be very hard for me to explain, but I'm going to take an attempt. It's the limits of data, not the limitations of data, but limits of data. And today, if you saw Lauren Klein, actually, the feminist data, the speaker in one of our sessions, she came very close to this, and I love the way she put this. So let me describe these three types of awareness as I call, who make up the data mindfulness, as almost like a disposition. It's almost like a manner of being, if you will. So the first one is the awareness of the potential of data. So data is almost like your friend, not necessarily your best friend, but you realize that data is out there and it touches and it makes your life easier. It's a dependency that you like, and it's data that you can rely on. So knowing that data matters in your business, I'm here talking about any public servant. It could be the DM, it could be the visa officer, it could be anyone in the public service. And having this attitude, this awareness, regardless of one's role in the organization, and getting involved in any initiative. I can give you an example. Syrian refugee movement came 2015. Many of you will remember in Canada. I was lucky to have senior management who were really aware of data, of our potential to do something good for that initiative. Immediately, we were getting asked, what type of data structures do we have in place? Can you develop a data strategy to make sure that we can follow this program? And this is thanks to Ivan and his colleagues, many of the data infrastructures that we have built. But that awareness was there, and that's the kind of a good news. And I think this awareness is many places. However, we also notice oftentimes that this happens, with all due respect to my colleagues, a little bit after the fact. We're talking about here from the very beginning, from the initiatives, and that's the first. The second awareness is that I want to kind of underline, and if I can explain this, is the awareness of potential harm to data. So it's almost like I need to be civil and gentle. I don't want to harm or hurt it. It's that type of a feeling that you need to carry around. Why? Because you can hurt data. I have seen, it's not only you can, but this happens all the time. Ask your colleagues. I can tell you 15 different fiasco stories, not because people don't mean well. They mean very well. They mean well and they do their job, but they happen to decide, for instance, not to enter certain data fields because they're under a lot of pressure. So into the system, they take some shortcuts, let's say. They still get their work done, but that data field that comes out blank, 6 months later, it's hurting everybody. In fact, it hurt StatScan because they couldn't do their population estimates because those fields were not necessary at the moment when the person was doing his or her business. Now, no blame on anybody. I'm not criticizing anyone. It's just this awareness that's needed that we think about data as something that we should care about, and we should try to avoid hurting it. Do no harm. This is very, very, very important as a concept, if you will. The third one I will get in, and I'm also watching the clock, but this is difficult to explain. So this is mindfulness as the limits of data. And here, data is powerful, I agree. And I'm going to say things here that may be a little bit, anyway, I hope I don't offend anybody. But I don't have to worship data. Now, what it means is that I cannot expect everything from the data. And in fact, I need to go to data as a smart person. Just like Lauren Klein was saying, if I'm a feminist, if I have the feminist theory, I got to bring my theory to the data so they can speak to me. In and of itself, it's very important to understand that data is powerless. It does not speak the truth. Everybody's talking about truth telling. No. Some often suggest that we need to have the right questions. I agree. Rohinton, Medora, Anil mentioned yesterday, start with the genuine problem. You can go from there. I agree, but I'd like to further add that before the problem, we need to have a theoretical framework. We need to be smart in terms of, we need to know the history. We need to know, we need to come to data with a sense of what public good is. Our own sense. Doesn't matter. When we do that, what happens? And even what constitutes public? There are many different versions, right? For many centuries, even in Canada, segments of Canadian population was not considered as part of the public. We all know that. Same thing in Australia, in other places. So we need to have the basics to bring to data and not to, how shall I say, celebrate data almost to the point of worship. I hope I'm not offending anyone. It's important to be aware of and nurture this framework. And I'm here, so such data mindfulness, let me put it, will cause us to be aware of our theories. Some will call assumptions these days, or about social justice, about rights, responsibilities. My point is that we need to be mindful of the fact that data will not and cannot give us this theoretical framework. We need to come to it. That means we need smart public servants who are self-aware. You know, biggest knowledge, know yourself, right? So articulate where you're coming from. What is your public good theory? What problem you're going to solve? Yes, you're going to need data, but before we go there, know yourself. But then we should not, those who forget this very basic fact can easily, in my opinion, fall into the technicist trap, what I call, or others also, or extreme empiricism. You're going to have lots of facts, they're going to tell you the truth, and then you're going to move with that. It doesn't work like that. I mean, you can ask your people who are smarter than I am, but it doesn't work in that fashion. So then, should we not ask, where do we get our sense of public good? So we can properly detect the public policy issues. Take Benoit Dezay yesterday, Eric Rancourt, or Patrick and Michel during the AI discussion with StatsCan. It was incredible. And in there, it was very clear. Just because you have lots of data, you have the technology, it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to apply AI on that technology. You have to pull back. And that's where the ethics, that's why I'm very glad to see the 2.0 and ethics. You need to understand, is that the right thing to do? But to answer that question, data is not going to answer it for you. There are other sources that you need to be aware. And consider this, that during the summer of 2020, first we heard about that COVID was a leveler. Remember that? Said COVID is leveling us, meaning we are all in the same boat. That wasn't true. We weren't all in the same boat. All of a sudden, everybody starts saying, oh, no, COVID is actually revealing that there are vulnerable populations. Really? Did we really need data to know that there are certain populations in our society who are more vulnerable than others? We should have known that way before. Do we really need more data to know about the vulnerabilities in our communities? Do we need more data to understand the precarious gig economy workers or racialized people, conditions of elderly in for-profit nursing homes or long care? We don't need more data to get there, to identify these issues. Data will help us, but we certainly need to be aware of the limits of data, not to raise it to a level where it's going to tell us what to do. We cannot get that information from data itself. So, concluding, awareness of the limits of data is knowing not to wait for more data or more studies before we know there is a policy issue. It is to trust our prior knowledge and instincts, if needed, to know there is a problem, and using this knowledge to seek more data, of course, but not thinking about data as if it's our savior. So, in conclusion, mindfulness is the form of these three forms of active awareness. It's way of relating to data, not using the data. With all those competencies, skills, I totally agree. But that awareness, without that, I think we'll have public servants a little bit lost without this type of mindfulness, and especially those what we call non-data people that Jane was referring to, data, non-data. So especially that group of colleagues will need to develop these awareness. I think they have lots of it, but I'd like to see more of it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Umit. Really interesting to think of mindfulness and to bring our whole selves and our best intellect to the data game. So that's a great invitation. Actually, picking up on one of your points, I'd like to start just with my own question, really to Jane and Taiki, maybe to begin with. But when we talk about data, I mean, some people I think of just statisticians. No offense, Yvonne. I'm just saying most people will think of those specialized skills. Can we hear from maybe each of you just some of those? What are some of those strategies for the non-data people or the frontline folks? Are there any tools or approaches that you would recommend to really get at those mindsets and improve data literacy? So Jane, maybe starting with you.
Yeah. I think that the core to this is a concept we talk about in terms of we need to take data to the people. We don't need to bring the people to data. And what I mean by that is that we need to help people see how their day-to-day is already connected to the data ecosystem around them, and help them to see how by continuing to sort of expand their existing levels of skills, their existing mindset. I love that. But by bringing the opportunity to the people in a context that's relevant to their job, so that it's not seen as an add-on to the work that they're already doing, we're really connecting dots for the individual. And when we can get an individual to see themselves already in that data ecosystem, then we can start to work out, well, what are the supports that they need to be able to grow their participation with that data ecosystem. So data to the people, not the people to data.
So I think, Neil, picking up kind of what you're asking us to talk about a little bit is this notion that data is communication. Data isn't just numbers. And it is a way of communicating something, obviously often in kind of numeric terms, but all kinds of things communicate data. I mean, this is a glass of water. There is water in here. And if you know what you're doing, that glass of water tells you a lot of things. Like, it tells you whether there's fluoride in that liquid or not. It tells you whether there's pollutants. It tells you whether there's Prozac. It tells you
for the opportunity
cannabis. If you're really good at this, at interpreting and reading the data of this glass of water, you can actually tell kind of where somebody lives or where that water came from, at least. So it's really, really important. The second thing I would say with respect to your question is that we have never lived in a time where the tools for the interpretation of data are more accessible, more easy to use, and they are having the capacity to kind of swallow enormous quantities of data. If you just kind of think of where we are with artificial intelligence, we are very lucky that not only as the world is spitting out oceans and oceans and oceans of data every moment, every hour, every day of the year, we are also developing tools, especially AI tools or machine-based tools, that are helping us understand and interpret that data almost as quickly as that data is being generated and coming forward to our attention. So thankfully, kind of, we're not stuck with kind of the equivalence of an abacus being overwhelmed with data, because in some cases, if you have too much data, it is as if you have no data at all, because you can't get insights. And by too much data, I don't mean the quantity of the data per se. What I mean is your capacity to interpret that data. So if you dump a gazillion pieces of data on me, they're all accurate, they're all true, but if I have no tools to make sense of that data, it's as if I don't have the data. And then the third thing was, you mentioned our friend from Statistics Canada and how statisticians love to deal with data. And I just want to remind everybody that 27.48% of all statistics are made up on the spot. So don't just take all data as something that's an automatic given. It is something that you are responsible for understanding. Where did this data come from? Is it the National Enquirer, or is it like the New York Times? Is it peer reviewed? Did they do controls? don't just kind of think because you have something in front of you that it is data of any value or any relevancy or anything that you can action.
I love that point. And I have to confess, I'm actually an econometrician by training, where for years we're used to dealing with small samples in surveys and making all kinds of decisions based on inferences. So this is a good reminder. The other great thing I just wanted to pull out from what Taiki said is that data is everywhere. You know, pretty soon every email you write and every document you see and every video and every picture that you take is going to be someone's data. And so that's something to think about as well, like as a big game changer. So Yvonne, you may want to add to this, but what I'm interested in knowing from you is, like, if this is true, if data is everywhere, it's integral to our jobs, that people are sort of called upon to be responsible about data. So what's stopping us? What are the barriers to increasing data literacy that, from your perspective? And it'll be easier if you go off mute, because yeah. Awesome.
If you allow me, Neil, thank you very much for the question. If you allow me, I'd like to follow up on one of the last statement Taiki made, and it's about what I'm concerned is the resurgence of alternative facts, and it is a plea for really increasing data literacy, not only among us, but also among the population. We just had a release, I think it was on February 2nd, on almost all Canadians believe have seen disinformation online regarding COVID-19. And half of the Canadian have transmitted information related to COVID-19 that they were not sure about the exactitude or the veracity of that information. So just putting this into the context. Also, one thing I'd like to say, in the years I've been working on the International Adult Literacy Survey, at some point the question posed itself about, should we increase literacy levels or should we simplify the message or the text? And sometimes you have to do the second one. Information is complex. Data is information, and information comes in all form. And I would like to say that maybe, let's say we achieve the goal of bringing literacy level of all civil servants to a level we like at some point. What are we going to do then? Because there's going to be tons of information. I think the challenge then is going to be to make sure we have good ways of translating this knowledge so policymaker can make use of it. I think that's the next challenge. And I think it's already a challenge, is the knowledge translation. Visualization is one way to achieve that. But you need to have a very good knowledge of data literacy. Coming back to your question, Neil, about what are the barriers to achieve that or improving data literacy. I'm optimistic. I think that in 5 years from now, or even 10 years from now, we could say that's a fait accompli. I think we've achieved the goal and we are data literate. There's no other way. There's no other way. There's going to be a tough ride to get there, but it's, in my mind, it's impossible we don't get there. But it's the speed and the pace at which we'll get there that is a danger. And I think that the most important barrier would be lack of leadership. Lack of leadership, trying to not paying attention to long-term benefit of developing that skills. And that would be the one most important thing I would point to.
Wow. And I guess that's leadership at all levels. If we think about all the different corners where there's influencers and managers and people with authority. Amazing. Well, we'll be going to WooClap soon. So for those of you that haven't logged in yet, please do so. And in fact, Yvonne and I think Umit mentioned a few resources. There's Canada School of Public Service Data Abilities, where we've put together a document with links to all of those resources. And we're going to be putting that out through WooClap. So please log into WooClap to DataDis is the user ID, DATADIS. And you'll be able to ask questions, but also you'll be able to get the links to the resources. So Yvonne was talking about the amount of time it would take to achieve higher data literacy and sort of greater data capacity. And I guess if we left it to just hiring new folks and all the digital natives that come to us in the ordinary course of events, it will happen at a certain pace. But there's also the question of how much effort do we put into upskilling our current workforce. Now, I'm wondering if anyone wants to deal with the question of how do we strike the balance and what strategies should we consider as we balance between hiring new talent, finding places for new talent versus upskilling our existing employees. Start with Umit.
Yeah, Neil, I mean, I mean, it's not either or, definitely. I mean, you got to work on both sides. But at the same time, we need to be honest with ourselves. There are certain skills very hard to build right there in the office. So you need some, expert training. You make time, you send your staff and all that. So you invest in that in terms of, upskilling. But one of the things that really important, this applies to both building skills, even hiring and recruiting, but also applies to taking care of your data. This work, and Ivan hinted at it, takes long time. I mean, data infrastructures, integration, it's a long-term project, and it's not recognized every day. You're not going to get a success, click at any moment in time. It's going to take you 4 or 5 years to build something half decent to be able to measure the outcomes of this program or that program. So during that time period, how do you really keep not only upskilling, but also how do you keep your units intact so that everybody is learning about the business and the data? You have this holistic integrated teams that are working from different angles at the problem. Those are the challenges in this day and age where there is high volatility, people come and go, you lose memory. And so I think challenges are big, but they don't necessarily just apply to recruiting data skills, if you will. It's deeper in the DNA of this business, I think.
Nice, Taiki.
I think for me, Neil, the way I'd approach your question is I would really add in the word relevance. And I think as public servants, we really have an obligation to remain relevant. And even if we don't remain or don't have an obligation to remain relevant, who wants to not be relevant? Who wants to spend a career kind of being irrelevant in how they make their living? Nobody wants to kind of spend their days and their life and their career at that. And I'll kind of go back, we all started in the government of Canada at different times. I started in the government of Canada in 1997, which is not that long ago, about a generation ago. And in 1997, the people to the cubicle in the left of me and the people to the cubicle in the right of me, they were just getting computers. They were just learning how to kind of turn it on, how to kind of, instead of sending, talking into a microphone and then that going off to a typing pool, they were learning how to use word processors, magical things like Excel, where they could start manipulating numbers, and then PowerPoint, where they could start communicating data visually. Those were kind of the tools of that era. Email, spreadsheets, Microsoft Word, Excel, those kind of things. And the people that didn't kind of start becoming literate in those tools and those kind of ways of working, you could see they were starting to become irrelevant. They had great ideas, they had great knowledge, but they couldn't write a PowerPoint slide. And if they couldn't write a PowerPoint slide, their deputy or their ADM or their director, and at some point as the years went by, their managers wouldn't be able to recognize their brilliance because they had no kind of way of exporting that. So kind of fast forward to today, and then it becomes, how are you going to stay relevant? How are you going to make sure that you don't become the person in 2025 and 2030 that doesn't know the equivalent of how to turn on this big thing that somebody plopped on your desk called a computer? And so we face these challenges all the time. The difference with data is that it's coming to us with a rapidity that we've never seen before. Like that AI is here. remember like a couple of years ago, AI was like, yeah, AI, I get it. 2055, we'll be ready for it. AI is not 2020, not 2055. It's here. It is right now. And so I really think that, a big part of the answer to your question is we should all be thinking about our relevancy. And how do we stay relevant? How do we stay engaged and productive and, most importantly, fulfilled in our jobs in the Government of Canada?
Absolument en accord avec ce que tu as dit, Taiki. Absolument un bon message pour nous tous. Let's now see what we've got on WooClap. So let's take a look at WooClap. So on www.wooclap.com on DataDis, we've got some questions here. And these are ordered by the number of upvotes that they have. So the ones on top. So let's go about, actually, Jane, do you want to say anything more about defining data literacy? We've each set a slightly different definition. Do you want to give us just your reply to this question about how to define data literacy for our employees and the fact that you'll get different answers from different people, including on this panel?
Absolutely, and I think that this is an issue that is prevalent across the world. There is confusion and there is whitewashing of what are we talking about when we're talking about data literacy. So our definition is the ability to read, write and comprehend data. And we use that definition because that is a fairly consistent definition when we're talking about general literacy, when we're talking about being able to read, write and converse, comprehend in your native language. So we stick to read, write and understand, but certainly there are much more complex definitions out there, and we break our definition up further into the Data Abilities framework that I would encourage you to have a look at.
Fantastic. Thanks, Jane. I think the next question, Yvonne, I think might be for you, which is the one on the top right there. Are there processes, materials, or tools you would suggest to implement common data definitions? We've heard a lot about data standards in this conference. What advice do you have around implementing common definitions?
Well, there's a lot of tools and that you can use that exist that can help you in that regard. Of course, data stewardship is all about that. Standards. I think there's standards for about everything: products, commodities, occupation, industries, diseases, cause of death. There are standards everywhere: international standards, national standards, North American standards. I think we have all of these tools, and I think it's important to know they exist. And I would say even more importantly, when you're trying to measure something for the first time, and you want to make sure that it's going to be useful information down the road, you need to make sure that at least you try to have standards around it that are harmonized or that can be comparable to other sources of data that are, or other activities, collection activities that are happening elsewhere. I think it's absolutely necessary that at the outset you pay close attention to this. I would leave it at that, but I think there are several tools for that, and they're all available on numerous websites of national statistical agencies, and also some of our departments do have the lead in developing those standards. But absolutely, I think they need to be harmonized, comparable, and well defined.
Yeah, and we also have our very own Standards Council of Canada, who is always there to be helpful.
Absolutely.
Along with Statistics Canada, for sure.
Yes.
Taiki, I'll direct the next one to you in the top left, because it's a question for senior management. And because you sit at the table of deputy ministers, maybe we can get your perspective on this one, which is to say that senior management of departments can overlook the fact that data quality is so important, but it's time consuming. And people who are responsible for frontline data entry need to invest time in this, and they need the support of senior management. What would you say to this question?
It's a really good question, and I applaud the people that have kind of put that on the cloud. I would answer the question kind of in the following way, and it kind of relates a little bit to what I was saying a few moments ago about kind of the introduction of email into the office in the 1990s. We right now, and this is empirically true, we have kind of a generation of assistant deputy ministers and deputy ministers who largely entered the government when emails and spreadsheets were kind of state-of-the-art technology. And now we're in a world where, emails and spreadsheets and dashboards are really not state-of-the-art technology in 2021. So I think fundamentally our biggest challenge is a lot of us still think in those kind of early ways, which is give me a spreadsheet, share your data, give me the latest update, send me an email on the latest update. Instead of saying, you know what, every single time you send me an email on telling me how many cases of COVID there are today, or how many people have been vaccinated today, or how many people have applied for CERB, you're actually doing me a disservice. What I want is I want real-time actionable data, and I want it open, and I want to be able to access it all the time. I don't want 18 layers of people kind of looking at it, massaging it. What I really don't want, and what I really abhor, is when I get something from my own organization that says, here's all the data on hiring or procurement or complaints or compliments. And it's like, but don't use any of it because we haven't checked it. That's completely worthless. Like, if it's not real time or very close to real time and it's not actionable, then it's worthless to a senior official. And I think the more that senior officials themselves start kind of demanding that the data that they receive, and I don't just mean deputies, I mean all the way down. This is pervasive. Like, people talk about, let's share our data. Well, a lot of the times we're all collecting the same data. Why are we sharing your data and my data and her data and his data? This is about the data. And I don't know how many organizations there are in the government of Canada that collect your address or think they know where you live. But, why don't we have one common bank where we're all pulling from that one source of truth in terms of the data? So senior officials, some of them who start to see the power of that, insist on it. But then the issue is, it's a lot of work to make sure. But a lot of work is not something that a public official should be afraid of. In fact, we have seen the power of data. We've seen it during COVID. We've seen it during infection rates. We've seen it during, how to communicate with people. And having data that is inaccurate or out of time, or that's either inaccurate or data that was true 3 days ago but not true today, that's just not good enough anymore. That was really, really good enough in 2005, and it was through the roof great in 1997, but in 2021 it's just not good enough.
Amazing. Well, speaking of running out of time, I think we're nearing the end of the agenda here today. Thank you for those of you that submitted WooClap questions. We will be circulating the resources that we mentioned through WooClap, so you can get all the different resources that were mentioned. I think just as a parting thought, maybe we could just ask each of you in 10 words or less, what is the message you would leave with us all on the in the area of data literacy? And maybe I'll sort of go in reverse order of that we started with today. So maybe Umit, Yvonne, Taiki, and then Jane. In 10 words or less, what is a key message you would just like to leave with our audience? Umit.
So data literacy, definitely go after it, build it in your cultures, in your communities, but at the same time, develop a stronger data awareness among your colleagues. So again, as I said, they do no harm to data, and they become your friends as data practitioners. That's my message.
Fantastic. Yvon?
I would say that every time you start a new project, an initiative, a policy, a program, or you're writing an MC, think about what is it you'd like the outcome to be. And if you can't envision it, you will not be able to identify the data you need, and you will not succeed.
Thank you. Taiki?
So Neil, you were kind enough to give me 10 words. I'll only use 4. Stay curious, learn, grow.
Nice. Jane, you have a few extra words to play with.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to use a couple more. This is to the leaders, those looking to get started. I challenge you, take a data-driven approach to building data literacy. Measure where your staff are now, map where you want them to be, and then use those 2 data points to work out where to invest your time and resources. Measure, map, develop.
Fantastic. Well, thank you to this great panel. Thank you for your thoughts and your perspectives. Thank you for taking our questions. It's really great to have you all join us. So thank you once again on behalf of all of the 6,000 or so public servants that are watching this today. So clearly, data literacy is important to us. With some very passionate remarks from our panel and some really great questions from our audience. So data literacy, I think, really is at the root of our data enterprise and our data strategy. So we're really, really thankful for this panel. And certainly, as I think a few of them mentioned, but as AI and data analytics become more and more pervasive, this is only going to increase. So if you think that today it's an imperative, that imperative will only strengthen, will only broaden, and will only deepen.
Well, thank you very much, Neil, especially in your role as a moderator for this last session. And also I thank my fellow panelists as well for their insights on data literacy, data mindfulness, all what that matters. Et cela conclut la deuxième journée de la conférence sur les données de cette année. Donc, nous espérons vraiment que ce fut une journée bien passée à se connecter, à apprendre le journalisme des données, rejoindre les normes de données et métadonnées, données ouvertes, utilisation des données pour les résultats et la livraison et la maîtrise des données. Donc, tous ces sujets-là, il y a plusieurs d'autres sujets. J'espère que ça vous a été utile. Donc, while this year's edition of Data Conference is over, there are still plenty of opportunities for learning, getting confused, if you will, celebrating the fact that we are all doing the right thing collaboratively, paying dedicated attention to data in support of public good and public policy. So I'm, of course, referring to the Data Literacy Fest happening on Monday and Tuesday, so don't forget that. The Data Literacy Fest, coordinated by IRCC, hosted by CBSA, CSPS, ESDC, Global Affairs, NRCan, PCO, PHAC. There are a lot of other organizations, including StatsCan, TBS, and Transport Canada, will showcase data initiatives and tools to develop data literacy skills and support public servants across the government in their roles to better serve Canadians. The fest will feature sessions on hidden gems, so to speak, topics such as digital accelerators, data engineering, longitudinal immigration database, one of our favorites, the linkable open data environment at StatsCan, data visualization, and whatnot. Definitely, you got to look at take a look at the program. Parlant d'autres possibilités d'apprentissage, bien sûr, des données, Statistique Canada a publié l'initiative de formation à la maîtrise des données, comme Yvon a déjà mentionné durant le panel, qui comprend des vidéos de formation pour ceux qui sont novices en matière de données. Donc, visitez, s'il vous plaît, le site web de StatsCan pour ces vidéos. And speaking of Statistique Canada, I also have an announcement to make, which is kind of a sign that, with all due respect to my StatsCan colleagues, they may not know what they are getting into. I guess, why is that, you may ask? Well, because they have volunteered to co-host next year's data conference with the Canada School of Public Service. They are very courageous. It takes a lot of effort to do this, but I know they will do a great job. IRCC team is basically getting ready, all ready to pass the baton to StatsCan colleagues, and we are already busy preparing lessons learned, what to do and what not to do, et la liste devient plus longue chaque jour. Joking aside, I cannot do without extending a huge thanks to the entire StatsCan team, even for this conference, let alone next year's, including Anil, Andre. There are so many names, Tom Dufour, other people like Sergey, for their incredible and selfless, I mean that selfless support to this conference and the Data Literacy Fest, of course. And to conclude, my team and I have enjoyed tremendously working with Neil and his colleagues at CSPS at the school. We owe them a huge thanks for their expertise, but especially their resilience and collegiality, bearing with us to go through this preparation phase. And as I came to witness and understand, I can easily say that convening hungry minds all together around the same table and delivering successful conferences is in their DNA. Thank you very much, and over to you, Neil.
Well, thanks a lot, Umit. The feeling is mutual. IRCC has shown huge leadership in helping to bring this conference together, to bringing a lot of the great speakers that you have, and also for bringing us the Data Literacy Fest that's taking place on Monday and Tuesday. So absolutely fantastic. What a pleasure it is to be working with IRCC and all of the other teams on this conference. And for sure, I mean, Statistics Canada is a background player on every data conference, but next year they're really stepping up as a co-host, and really excited to see where that leads. Some other great announcements on this slide. I should put a commercial for the Discover Data series. We were talking about data literacy. The Discover Data conference the Discover Data course is meant for all public servants, and it starts with a data literacy assessment. And so I encourage everybody to take that. There's a great event coming up on March 16th, Succeeding in a Digital World. I encourage everybody to register for that. Treasury Board Secretariat is preparing for the Digital Government Community Awards, which of course will incorporate data as well as other aspects of digital. Treasury Board Secretariat is also launching consultations on the Access to Information Review, interesting for all the information management professionals and everyone else that deals with ATIP as part of this conference. TBS is also in the midst of co-creating its 5th Open Government National Action Plan. That's a great way to input into the way that data is released to the public. And we also have a great event coming up by Statistics Canada, a data story. It's an event honoring Black History Month, and that is taking place on February 24th from 1:30 to 3:30. Et enfin, et surtout, combien noter qu'un grand événement comme celui-ci, avec presque 6000 participants, ne pourrait pas se produire sans beaucoup d'efforts. Donc, nous voulons remercier toutes les équipes qui ont travaillé très fort pour produire cette conférence. So we need to thank our partners, first of all. We have, as you can see here, a wide range of partners. These are the departments and agencies that have decided to join the GC data community formally. And with that, they have also provided the funding for this conference, as well as for many other events that will be coming through the weeks and months ahead. We also have a special thank you to one of the departments there, which is IRCC. Umit and his team, the communications team at IRCC, have really played a central role. And then on the Canada School of Public Service side, we have a broad range of partners, event management through the Digital Academy, communications, the video production, the audio visual for this complex conference, and then of course the GC data community. So a big thank you from Umit and me and from the leadership to everyone that made this conference possible. We will be keeping the virtual expo open. We're also going to keep the networking space open, and both Umit and I, as well as many of the people that you see on this screen, will be at the networking space. So please feel free to go to the wonder.me in the virtual exposition space. Come and say hi if you see one of us, and we hope to see you there. And you will also be getting an email from us, as usual, for an evaluation survey. So please do fill that in and tell us what you think and how we can make this conference better. Next year's conference will likely also be virtual. So your comments on the virtual format of this conference and all of the aspects of it will help us and help StatsCan to make the experience even better next year. And we'll just leave this slide here, as Umit mentioned. We have the Data Literacy Fest, which IRCC has helped bring together, but with the independent organization of 11 departments and agencies. So we hope to see you there. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you for your attendance at this conference. Take care.